Hey, y'all. Ooh, child. Listen. Y'all, we just got us a hell of a show. We got us a show. Listen, come in here. Y'all sit down. Sit down. Listen, I'm out of breath. I'm so excited. Sit down, y'all. It done went down. And we got to talk about it. Oh, I can't wait to talk about it. But before we do, I need y'all to hit that like button. Huh? Help your girl out now. Hit the like button. I sure appreciate you if you would. All right, get comfortable. Loosen the wigs. Loosen the bra straps. Get your snack tray. And let's go. Let me greet everybody real fast. And we're getting straight into this thing. Y'all, listen, I ain't even going to say nothing. Let me just holler at everybody. Fly Great Street, what's happening? Good to see you. All right. We got Miss Kia Coco Pop in the house. I know that's right. Miss MO1, what's going on? Good to see you. Velda Sorrentino. Good to see you, sis. You ain't seen the chat. That's all right, but I'm glad you here. Delicia Dismute. What's up, sis? Main D is in the house. Auntie Eva, hello. Egypt now is in the building, y'all. I know that's right. We got one of the Debs here, Miss Deborah Randall. Good to see you. Hey, God's anointed daughter. What's up, Sasha Ellis? The beautiful Bianca Edwards is in the house. We got, who else we got? We got Miss Sparkle, y'all. Our resident Mary Kay lady girl. We enjoyed the Mary Kay party last night. All right. We got the second Deb, honey, Miss Debbie Garcia. What's happening? Juan Maltsby. Hey, child, this episode pissed me off, but Wendy gave me my life, and we're gonna talk about that. All right, Miss Daphne Laguerre. Girl, that's what I said. Oh my God. Listen, I was upset, but baby, Wendy gave me my life. We listen, we're gonna talk about it. Y'all, I'm excited right along with y'all. It was so much BS in this episode, baby. Marilyn McGowan, hey sis, you had to stop through, and I'm glad you did. Michelle Charrisse, what's happening? Good to see you. You say you know what? I would have loved if she did, but I'm glad she didn't, because that's what Robin wants so bad. She wants to be exonerated for her thuggish behavior. Queen of Hearts, KS. Yeah, John Hopkins is not associated with RHOP, but I'm at this moment, I'm glad that Wendy is, because Wendy is doing the work of the Lord. Iron Butterfly, what's happening? Baby, let me tell you, it gave me something. It gave me something. It really did. It gave me something. It really did. And I don't even know what to say. It just really did. It was some people behaving badly. It was Mame D. Say John Leguizamo was doing the most. I know that's right. How you doing, Mame D? Drando, 1989. Yes, baby. Wendy was spot on. All Monique did was a little wig shift, and they was ready to nail her to the cross. Mia needed male security. Yes, they had to get male security. That's a big fella. Yes, that's right. Do not associate John Hopkins with this now. Hey, Jay Della Ray, what's happening? Sasha Ellis. We got PBH in the house, man. Look, I can't wait to get into it. I can't wait. What's up, DH? How you doing? I'm glad she didn't hold it together a little bit better. That made me happy that she didn't. She didn't need to sit there and try to act like a Sunday school teacher around those wild hooligans, especially when two of them very easily could be men. Absolutely not. Hey, Coco Chanel, I'm so glad you found this channel last week. Welcome back. Hey, my Kai, how you doing, darling? Good to see you. Who else we got? In Rose 33. Jazzy, what's happening? Child, I'm sure it is people on there defending that big yellow dude. I'm not. What's up? Did I get everybody? Ooh, Golden Life. Good to see you. It ain't. They was trying that hard for a moment, baby, but the tables got turned. Hey, Lel, how you doing? Good to see you. We got Miss Lakeisha Carter. Yeah, she was recording at the table. It ain't doing no good, though. Hey, Lady K, what's happening? That's true. You telling the truth now. Hey, Tay B. Patricia, a.k.a. Peter, is so thirsty for camera time. Sure enough, no thirstier than Charrisse, though. ST. It's all right if they want to put the disclaimer up, but Wendy ain't do nothing wrong. What's up, Mac? Baby, a lot happened on this episode. Hey, Cheryl. What's up, Quiet Storm 87? Hey, boo. All right. Child, look, I just can't wait to get into it. Moon Radiate, how you doing, boo? Don D, good to see you. Look, I'm trying to get everybody. Hey, DV, what's happening? Hey, Dora, good to see you. Vet, all the way from Birmingham. I almost gave you the wrong city. All the way from Birmingham, England. We got Catherine Bennett, Lakeisha Carter, what's happening? Good to see you. Listen, if I don't get to everybody, please understand that it's not my head, it's my heart. It's my heart and not my head. Okay. Either way, whichever one means that I love you, but my mind just can't keep up with all the names. Sup, Imani. Hey, Rochelle. All right. So look, y'all. If I missed anybody, y'all greet them for me. What's up, Connie? Girl, how you been? Robin has mad hate. You can see it's all over her face. She sure do. Mona Thompson, good to see you. Hey, Angie, that's my baby girl in Miami, Florida. Good to see you. The beautiful and gorgeous Niecy Rose is in the house. How y'all doing? There go my sis, Deandra O'Neill. You must have known. God must have told you to check in, because I was sure finna call your phone. Just Jules JG, thank you for grabbing your crown, baby. We done welcomed you a million times because you family and you know it, and we love you. I see Italia in the chat. I see so many people. But listen, y'all, we got to get into this episode, because if not, I ain't going to never, ever, ever get it going. So much done went on this episode, y'all. I don't even know. Hey, Queen Meat, Elite Hair. Y'all, this is the baddest eyelash and wig lady on the planet. Happy to be happy. Yolanda Franklin, good to see you. All right, Nacho Twins, mama. Listen, I'm really going to start now, because if not, I'm going to be hollering at y'all all night. I love you. If you see me highlight your name, just know that's my way of saying I love you. All right, Tallahassee in the house. I love a good Florida girl. Okay. I love it. I love it. There's our good sis, Carrie Amuneke. How are you? All right. So look, y'all, this episode was a mess. And I already know y'all got a whole lot to say. Now, y'all know normally I do my best to get everybody's comments, but if I can't get your comment, please know it's not intentional, okay? I love everybody and I want to hear what everybody got to say. I'm going to do my best. When you see the StreamYard link come up, if I didn't get a chance to get your comment, hit that link, jump up here and tell the people what you got to say, because I know y'all got something to say about this episode right here, okay? Things went down in this episode. Baby, Just Jules, JG, everybody was all on Twitter talking about that antagonizing. They did too much with the antagonizing. I'm glad you caught me too. Yes. So listen. So the whole thing, in my opinion, this whole episode, the way it started off, I knew it was going to be messy through and through. And I do mean through and through. I knew it, y'all. I knew it. And I'm going to tell you how I knew. Okay. It's a few reasons why I knew. All right. So we started off with Mia explaining how she's so close to Peter. What's up, my plum? Why she's so close to Peter. Peter was the first one to hold her little girl other than the daddy, and all this stuff. So I'm like, okay, so basically I said then this heifer trying to build up a defense for why she's going to get in the business between Wendy and Peter, which Peter was being messy about even bringing it up. What's up, Lita? She back, y'all. She back. So anyway, so that went on, and then we get to Robin and Giselle, and they're still complaining about their room. And y'all, listen, y'all know I'm woman enough to admit when maybe I had the wrong impression. I thought the house was decent enough. Apparently the house really ain't. I think she was really pushing it, talking about what the house was listed for. I don't think that house listed for no $12 million. Not with the toilet pipes, over people's head, and it's bare over their head. It's not even in the ceiling. It's hanging underneath the ceiling. Like they could look up and see the pipes, and talking about every time somebody flushed the toilet, they got to hear the water. I say, stop it. I say, it's too much. It's too much. Oh, I couldn't take it, y'all. I couldn't. Ooh, child. So anyway, after that, then they start talking about they got 2001 washcloth and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, one washcloth. I say that's about right. That must be Mia's way of saying she know Robin don't bathe either. All right. I didn't understand it, but there it go. So then Ashley walks in with some more mess. Hey, Dana Brown. Hey, Lil Mackie. And this the thing. So when Ashley comes in, she starts talking about she got a DM from somebody just because he heard my marriage over. Why you DMing me? And Giselle was like, oh yeah, you gonna get DMs from all your exes. And I said, what? Huh? What's going on? I'm still stuck on why y'all ain't more concerned with the fact that it was 2001 wash rag, and instead of Robin looking for a wash rag, she talking about where the rest of the towels. Where the wash rag at? Now, we all know, Lord, Andrew Mack saying that room was fitting for them two green-eyed heifers. It was, but this the thing, right? This is where I got lost. Why y'all wasn't more concerned as to why there was no wash rags? Why was you more concerned with, let's talk about Ashley and these DMs? Ashley could have walked in that room all she wanted to, and the only thing I would have wanted to know about would have been, hey, where can I get a wash rag? Because I'm clearly finna wash my behind. Now, I also understand that ladies might bring your bath puff. I travel with my bath puff. I like a good bath puff. If you traveling, sometimes you might get a new bath puff. But the fact that they wasn't concerned with that was concerning me. Brian Patterson, welcome to the Royal family. Y'all give our brother a welcome, please, in the chat. Y'all know how we do around here. Show love. Wanda say Robin and Giselle was going to use the same wash towel and wash rag. Child, I don't believe that, Wanda. I believe they'll share a towel, but I don't believe Robin went nowhere near that wash rag, and y'all ain't finna convince me otherwise. No. Y'all not finna convince me otherwise. Cause I don't believe Robin that fond of bathing. And I'm y'all not finna change my mind on that. Hey, Seanitra C. So anyway, she talking about the DMs and Giselle jumping in like she know everything about, oh, you get all them DMs and stuff. And I'm like, Giselle, I'm not getting that from you. You're very pretty, but I'm not getting that from you. I'm not. But anyway, then she called. Listen, I want y'all to pay attention to how hard Ashley is pushing this divorce narrative, because I truly don't believe they really getting divorced. I really don't believe it. Okay. And she talking about, oh, it was a house and they accepted my offer, but the people ain't moving out to July. So I'm withdrawing my offer because I want to be out by June. Y'all, put a 1 in the chat if that sounds like a lot of you, because that sounds like a lot of me. Put a 2 in the chat if y'all believable, but put a 1 in the chat if it sounds like a lot of you, because that sounded like a lot of me. Who the hell is going to withdraw an offer because they're going to be leaving a month after? That doesn't make sense. Who does that? Who does it? Y'all ever heard of something that ridiculous? Because I haven't. I've never heard of it. And not only that, you claim before every other house that you wanted to put an offer on, somebody came and took it from up underneath you because they was ready to go. So now you finally see one that you claim you love so much. You put an offer in, they accept it, and you got the nerve, the good audacity to say you took the offer back. Ashley, just quit lying. You ain't leaving that man. And then went to talking about oh, he's changing, he getting mean, and he's complaining about, he can't find the milk in the refrigerator. He can't find the pull-ups. And I was home while he was living his best life and blah, 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 blah. So whatever, Ashley, because at the end of the day, baby, you lying, and we all know you lying at this point, okay? But we're going to talk about Ashley and her lies, and then we definitely got to get into Giselle and her lies, because y'all know she got caught in a few of them this episode. She wasted no time talking about, getting caught in her lies. Wasted no time whatsoever. So anyway, that happened. And then we get on to Candace and Wendy on the phone. Candace coming at 10. Wendy lets her know that she at best in a twin bed, she said. I was about to say queen, but that's pushing it. Wendy said she was in about a teen, Jesus, I can't even say it because it's so ridiculous. In a twin size bed at best. So then you got Mia and Jacqueline. Now this is where I'm going to tell y'all, I'm starting to see where the breakdown is going to take place between Mia and Jacqueline. I'm telling y'all, I feel like this friendship has been, you was on the bottom, now you on top, now you holding it over my head that you living better than me. Jackie is like trying to kind of leech and mooch a little bit trifling, because who the hell takes a trip and don't bring deodorant, don't bring this, don't bring that. And I feel like Mia is kind of being rough with her because she feel like, oh, I'm over your head now. I see a lot going on between them, all the way down to Mia saying stuff like, you can get up to 5 things for me, but once you get on to the 6th thing, then that ain't gonna work. And then Jackie was up there upset because the girl was showering first. But it's like, okay, so now she got me trying to figure out, did Mia pay for your whole trip? Did Mia pay for your ticket? Did Mia pay for you know what I'm saying, your life? Like, why are you sitting up under Mia? And she was like, I don't know. It was a lot going on. And right, Mac, Jackie really don't like her. And that's the impression I'm getting. Jackie don't like her. Jackie hang around her because, oh, you done came up and we used to do for you when you was a jit and you ain't have nothing. So now since you done came up, you gonna do for me. Right. And then different round of the friends, Coco Chanel, you on point. Right. Say Mia probably did, but Mia the kind of offer. Yeah, she the kind of offer and then talk about you. Right. Jacqueline is about over Mia, but I feel like Jacqueline hands ain't clean. Jackie got some ulterior motives too. I don't trust her. Nisa said, I feel like Jacqueline hitched herself to this trip and was not part of the original travel plans. I think so too. What's up, Dr. Ivy girl? Okay. That's really what I feel like. I feel like them two, they frenemies. Y'all not really friends, they frenemies. Because when the girl said she was finna shower, she was like, girl, they got 2 shower heads or whatever. Talking about then people gonna be saying we in the throuple. She was like, it wouldn't be the first time or whatever like that. Mia taking it light, but that girl really, really don't like you. You think that's your friend. She really not your friend. That's why she was really to that table talking trash about you as soon as you was up from that table. That ain't your friend. Everybody smile in your face and help you spend your money and help you eat your food ain't your friend. And somebody might want to tell Mia that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, you know, who am I? Who am I? But I'm just saying. So anyway, then and it, even Ashley noticed it. Even Ashley noticed it. Ashley was like, y'all is a trip. So anyway, Wendy in there hot talking about her nipples is crackling or whatever. I'm like, Lord have mercy. How hot is it? And Wendy, why are you telling us about your titties? You know, stuff like that be throwing me like y'all be doing too much sometime or whatever. Mia tells Charrisse, you know, basically, you ain't gonna find a decent hotel. You don't know how hard it was to find this house, so just stay here. It's 5 bathrooms here. Just use one of the bathrooms here. Okay, cool. So then, anyway, Wendy and Karen, they sitting down there talking. You know, black folks talk. You know how we talk. And so she's sitting there and she was like, girl, you know, I don't sit on nobody's bed. And Karen was saying, yeah, my daughter be talking about, you know, you don't sit on your own bed with your outside clothes on, which most black people do know that's the rule. And then even talking about, you know, wearing shoes in the house, you know, regular sister girl talk. And so then Karen said that with the whole thing with Charrisse, she was like, me and that girl ain't been friends for 5 years. You know what I'm saying? And then she said, well, maybe we can run to a Starbucks or something. You know, I'm open to it, but you know, she's not enthused about it because who the hell would be? Y'all know Charrisse about as interesting as a bowl of oatmeal sans water. Like it's just nothing interesting about her. And then she said what all of us have been saying, which is she don't know why it's such a big deal, you know, unless they need it to be a big deal. And I knew exactly what Karen was saying, y'all, and Karen was on point. Charrisse needs her to make her relevant. Giselle and Robin are trying their hardest to get Karen to make Charrisse relevant. But the truth of the matter is, honey, listen, stop trying to make Rasputia happen. Stop trying to shove Rasputia down our throats. We can't swallow nothing that big. No, stop it. So anyway, then Ashley out there TikToking with no drawers on. Giselle was like, oh, I see your hustle. That's how you bring the men to the yard or to the DMs. And here we go again with, you know, y'all, can I say this? Can I be real? I feel like Giselle has a whole lot to say about these ladies and oh, how you doing this? And later in the episode, when she tried to call Dr. Wendy Osefo broke a lady with multiple streams of income and a lawyer for a husband, while you live in a barn. Pardon me, let me correct myself. That's so rude. She lives in 2 barns put together with a fancy hot glue gun, and she calling somebody broke. She called herself basically trying to shade Ashley in that moment, talking about, oh, well, bring the men to the yard. Well, the DMs. Let's be honest, Giselle, that young girl, no matter how big her forehead is, can easily bring more men to her yard than we've seen out there in front of your barns. Ain't no. First of all, I heard that your house is so far out that most men ain't gonna drive that far for you, baby. They not. And that's not a knock. That's just reality. You know, once we get to be a certain age, you know, the bros ain't checking for us like that no more. It ain't, you know, you pretty, but they looking at you saying you pretty for an old lady. You know, Giselle need to tell herself the truth. You pretty, baby, but you pretty old too. Much as they like to call Karen old, Giselle, you not a spring chicken, and somebody need to tap her on her shoulder in the church at the next service and say, neighbor, you are no longer a spring chicken. But I'm gonna leave that where it's at. I'm gonna leave it where it's at. So anyway, while she out there, you know, they talking, and then Mia come out the door, you know, talking about, oh, I see y'all or whatever. And then this the thing that got me with Mia. How in the world are you out there with these ladies who you virtually just meeting, talking trash about your friend that you've been friends with since you was 15? See, this further lets me know that Mia and Jacqueline are frenemies. Y'all got some kind of disdain toward each other. I feel like Jacqueline is low-key hating but hanging close. I had a friend like that. And I feel like Mia knows it, but you keep her around because it's a good boost for your ego to have her around, because you remember when you was having to borrow her clothes, when you was having to probably borrow her deodorant. Okay, so can we really tell the truth about it? Can we really talk about it? See, I think that part of what's going on with Jackie is, girl, when you was down here broke, busted, and disgusted, you was borrowing clothes, you was probably borrowing drawers, you was borrowing hair gel. Y'all remember that black hair gel we used to all get? You know what I'm saying? And some of us couldn't get baby hairs because we always had good edges, because y'all remember when baby hairs was for them bald-headed girls who all their hair couldn't go up in the ponytail. But y'all remember that black gel? She was probably borrowing that black Ampro gel from that girl and everything. And now that you got something, if she asked you to let her borrow something of yours, it's one thing for you to say, girl, you should have brought some of your stuff, or as she said, you need to go to CVS. And that should have been between you and your homie. Why would you go out there with Giselle and Ashley, who don't even know this girl, and bad talk her? Unless you realize your friend was trying to make connections with people outside of you so she could get herself on this show behind your back. I'm just saying, you remember the Ampro and the Pro Style. Y'all remember that black gel. Don't act like I'm the only one. Y'all know. And I think that she went to badmouth that girl real quick to them people to make sure don't nobody like her. Now, I'm just saying that to me, that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. That's supposed to be your dog since y'all was 15. And you out the door talking trash about her, about what she ain't got, to Giselle and Ashley of all people. My baby girl in the chat, she can tell you, I don't care what my bestie do. Toya can do what she want to do. If I tell her about it, I told her. I am not finna. I bet you I won't get on here and tell y'all nothing about my sister. I bet you I won't. So Mia was real trash for that, y'all. Mia was trash for that. Then she proceeds to tell them about what Peter said. And Peter said he got beef with her. Then this the first life of Giselle for this episode. Oh, I did a fundraiser over at Bar One or whatever, and he told her that the idea was ludicrous. Mind you, y'all remember, put a pin in that, because later in the episode, we saw Peter actually say that not only was it a good idea, he said whether Wendy goes forward or not, he's still gonna do it. So now who do we believe in this instance? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe Peter, put a 2 in the chat if you believe Giselle. Before you vote, bear in mind, Giselle is the one who added the touching of Riff Raff's booty to that story that Ashley told last week. Now, but by all means, if you believe Peter, put a 1 in the chat, put a 2 if you believe Giselle. I'm going to have to, matter of fact, let me vote. I don't never get to vote. I'm going to vote. Let me put my 1 because I believe Peter. But Giselle just wanted to have something nasty to say in the moment. Oh, he said that he thought the idea was ludicrous. He thought the idea was ludicrous. And then that's when she gonna bust out talking about, oh, and Wendy don't have the money for that. And then said Peter said he wanted to go in business with me. If he was going in business with you, it probably might have been to sell you some WD-40 for them stiff hips. It could have been. I'm not saying it was, but it could have been, because we all know that Peter Thomas liked them young girls. He's a typical old nasty uncle. He liked them young girls, but he might have wanted to sell you some WD-40 for them stiff rusty hips. Could be not. Meanwhile, let's get down to the shots. So they down there to take shots. Mia always trying to sound cool and always sounding stupid. So they asked Ashley, do she want shots? She was like, do a bear crap in the woods. That's a common one we've always heard. Here we go with Mia talking about frogs and they booty holes, ma'am. I'm gonna need you not to be discussing booty holes. Not with the rumors that Dr. Wendy is saying she done heard around town about your man. I wouldn't mention no booty holes. I would keep that to myself. Essence, you absolutely correct, sis. That's definitely some colorism. So even though you're broke, I guess in her mind, since I'm yellow, I have to have more money than her. But the evidence says otherwise. She has a beautiful home, a lawyer for a husband, working at Johns Hopkins, doing political commentary. And Giselle, you have a defunct makeup company that ain't nobody bought none of that chalky mess since you made it. And again, 2 barns put together with a wonderful glue gun. That's what you got. Okay, that's what you got. And you got some ankles that look a whole lot like Big Mama's own, nice and swollen. But anyway, so they in the car, y'all. They heading to bar one. At this point in the show, that's when I realized something, right? I realized that the rest of this show was going to go down at bar one. That's when I realized that every show is that the rest of this show was about to go down at the bar one. So in car one, you got, you got good old Wendy, you got Mia, you got Jacqueline, and you got Karen. So they in the car, and they, Mia's trying to do what the rest of the, Team Yellow told her to do, bring up Charrisse. And she was like, well, I like her and this and that. That's right, y'all. Please hit the like button. It's over 300 in the chat. Y'all, please hit the like button. I'm not too proud to beg. I ain't too proud to beg. Hit that button, please, if you don't mind. So anyway, so then Jackie was trying to jump in the conversation, and I don't even know why Jackie was trying to jump in the conversation, right? So Jackie tries to jump in the conversation, but it was Mia's response for me. Mia turns around and was like, I'm not talking to you. I'm trying to figure out what in the hell is really going on with these two. So Jackie like, why you being nasty to me? And I mean, Jackie, I'm with you to an extent. Why is she snapping you up? But at the same time, Jackie, why the hell was you trying to butt in that conversation? You're not a part of the cast. You're not a part of the drama, baby. You are a tag along. Did you not get the memo? Apparently, Mia didn't tell her. Or maybe Mia told her and she just out of pocket on her own. Yeah, she was being mean, PBH. But I still want to know, why was Jackie trying to interject in that conversation? You were Mia's friend. You're not even a friend of the show. You're just Mia's friend. All right. So anyway, and that's when she was like, well, I can understand because she is theatrical. I'm more on your side with that. And basically she was like, alluded to the fact that, well, Candace ain't got no bed. And I was just like, wow, that's a lot. Like, did you think that was cute to say she ain't got no bed? Yes, a scholar was allowed to speak. And guess what else? Remember last season when a scholar went interjecting herself into mess, we gave that girl every name but a scholar. She was Azkaban, Alaska, Ashtray, Astronautica, antagonize, which was Robin's famous word for this episode. So I'm gonna give Jackie the same energy. I ain't sparing nobody. It was mean. Mia was mean, but Jackie did a whole lot. Yes, who's Kira? Mia was mean, but let's not forget Jackie shaded Mia last episode with the comment about cheating on G. She sure did. Don D said, I think Mia told her what she should do as an extra, but Jackie decided to do what she wanted. Yep, there we go. Working hard for the moment. Thank you so much, Essence. I appreciate you. So get this. Lord Nisa say Jackie trying to get all her 15 minutes of fame. She sure is, honey. Sure is. But listen, then we get to the other car. And you could just see, could y'all not see the vast difference in the conversations in them two cars? You get to the other car, they talking about their little Tide podcast and who pooping in front of their husbands and passing gas. I'm like, y'all are so dingy. That was the dingiest car riding conversation I ever was a party to in my life. And these are all supposedly grown women talking about pooping and stuff. And Charrisse, I never pooped in front of my husband. And they, oh, that's weird. And Robin like, yeah, I poop and pass gas. And no wonder. That's why he sees you as one of the boys. That's why he sees you as one of the boys. You think you're doing something cute by being stank, and that man don't like you. That's why he set up and talked about you laying in that bed all day and not washing your behind last season. But I digress. And then went to talking about who walking around naked in front of their children, and Robin talking about I still walk around naked in front of my children, and this and that. And I'm sitting there like, okay, cool. Like, I get what you saying. Most mamas still walk out the room naked. We don't just be showcasing or whatever. My question is, why in the world, right, PBH, the conversation was trash. Why is that a conversation? Not Juan is your homeboy, Rob. That's why. I'm done. Rob is so disgusting and being naked in front of the children. Yeah, why are you talking about that? The call was the Dirt Defenders. Yes, the Dirt Defenders was really on it. They was on it. One of the boys. That's what it said on Twitter. Rob is one of the boys. Yeah, and that ain't cute. That ain't cute. Yes, that car ride was full of disgusting topics. It was too much. Okay. You said Ashley say someone called CPS. You'd have had to call them on my mom and my aunties too, because they ain't care nothing about what you saw. You fell out of them. They was like, whatever, you'll be all right. So anyway, then we get to bar one. We finally get there. Child, tell me why when they walking in bar one, that's when I saw Robin with the ruffles. Why ain't one of y'all text, DM, inbox, tweet this woman and tell her ruffles ain't it, sis? Why was Robin bopping up in there with some ruffles on? I said, have mercy, Robin with the ruffles. So they get on in the restaurant, child. And Wendy was like, okay, we can have a lovely time. You know, I'm not discussing anything work related. Anything work related, we can talk about on Monday, not over the weekend. So Mia's been, Mia trying to lay the groundwork for why she finna get into whatever's going on between Wendy and Peter. Oh, I've been to all the bar one locations. And, you know, if you're going to go to a restaurant, you go to the family restaurant. You weren't playing all this up. He's family before. I believe he knows G because it looked like Mr. G know everybody. What up, Lady T? But at the same time, when did y'all become family? What is we talking about, really? Escramata say Sinbad and Juan got a locker room type of relationship. Probably give each other pats on the butt instead of kisses and hugs. Oh, yeah, he say the kisses and hugs for his actual woman. Tay B say Rob is always underdressed and looking crazy. Yes, with her angry self, Robin the thug. A whole thug. What you say, Just Jules JG? Say Robin looked like a football player with ruffles. Mm-hmm. Lord DT say she trying to have a statement, and the only standout was her scratch and sniff her invisible balls. Are you sure they're invisible? Maestro say Mia started it and Wendy got her together. You better preach the gospel. So listen, Robin went to asking Mia about Candace, and she didn't know, of course, and they Ashley, and then basically saying, you know, Ashley was like, oh, Candace got a chip on her shoulder, which this was the first time that at the dinner that I was like, Ashley, shut up. That girl ain't got no chip on her shoulder. Y'all sat up there and had a concerted effort to lie on that girl's husband, and you thought she was going to smile and grin and eat it up like it was a bowl of Jell-O. Ma'am, you full of crap. Robin was like, well, y'all got a big issue. And it was funny again to see Ashley like, what big issue? You know what the issue was. That girl done cussed you out, told you was a vindictive, nasty BITC, you know who. So please stop pretending like you don't know. Okay? But then Ashley, this is where Ashley redeemed herself. And I could tell that the tide was turning. Something in my spirit said, this conversation finna turn. This conversation finna take a turn, y'all. And the reason I said so was because Ashley was like, was there somebody saying that Chris touched my friend's butt or something? And Wendy was like, yeah, that was said. And basically it went back to Giselle, and she's like, I swear that was said. I swear, baby, that was never said. And production, listen, can we all agree? Can we all agree that production is earning their check? Can we all just agree? Y'all let me know in the chat. Can we agree that production is earning their money this season with Potomac? With all these lies, baby, Team Yellow done got caught in so many lies that it is embarrassing. And I'm going to give Ashley her credit on this one. Ashley was like, look, I told a wide, broad lie that could have easily been played off like, well, maybe he was ordering a drink and maybe she misunderstood. And she was like, nah, Giselle, you got too specific with that lie. And I'm finna air this out right now. Thank you, Maestro. That's what I'm saying. Production is doing their job. Production is doing their job, man. They was like, because Ashley said no. I said he leaned on the bar and I even demonstrated it. Giselle, I swear, I could swear I heard that. I heard that he like, she was like, you know, I said this, and Giselle jumps in. Oh, like you like touched her side and slid up her side and touched her child. That girl ain't said that. She didn't even spend that much time on the conversation for you to hear all those syllables, ma'am. You didn't hear that many syllables and words. You're lying. Janice said, yes, Lord, they do that. Roll it back. Yes, honey, they will roll that beautiful bean footage. You say they earning them bonuses, baby. Yes, Miss MO1 production is catching them and airing them out left and right. Left and right. They're playing no games, fact checking all the lies. So listen, it gets worse from there, and I knew it. And then we saw that nasty game of telephone with the confessionals and how they was all talking about rubbing the thigh and going up the skirt of the thigh and doing this and touching the butt and grabbing that. I say, boy, y'all desperate as hell. This is what lets me know that y'all decided to lie together, but y'all forgot to get your lie together. I said these hookers decided to lie together, but forgot to get they lie together. Team Yellow taking L's left and right, and baby production. DT, you said it better than I ever could. Production is the new FBI. Baby, we need a new FBI. CC say that's how lies are. They can't keep up with all the lies. That's why they need to stop doing it. That's why they need to stop doing it, because this is looking tacky. It's looking tacky. So anyway, then we get to Wendy in the Wendy and Charrisse situation. So now we see what's really going on. And Charrisse say, let the preacher say amen. Well, Charrisse, I say, let the church say amen, baby. Let the church say amen. Because y'all preaching down here in the chat. Okay. So anyway, the Wendy things, again, production saved Wendy because they was finna lie on her, say she said something she didn't say. But they were basically, what they were trying to do in that moment, they was trying to put Karen onto Wendy. Like, dang, we done tried the dog pile and it ain't working. So let me try to see if we can get Karen on Wendy. So Charrisse was supposed to help them try to say that Wendy lied on Karen, which that's not what happened. Wendy sat there and told her, and production showed us that Wendy said that I said, can you, what if that person ain't coming from a positive place or a good place or whatever? And then we saw Charrisse say, well, you don't think I'm coming from a good place? And Wendy said, well, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But she was just basically telling Charrisse, that's what I asked Karen. Would you be able to, if that person is not coming from a good place? So again, production saved Wendy because they was finna lie on her on that. And it's like, y'all are literally showing your hands with your agenda against this black lady, against this black, educated, successful, married lady with this beautiful family. Let me find out y'all don't like black girls when your whole audience is black girls. Let me find out. Just let me find out. Okay? So then, y'all, as if that wasn't enough, and that's when Wendy was like, look, she deflecting. You got a problem with her. And that's just what it is. And I don't know if you're afraid of her. And then that's when Mia butted in. And that's what let me know. Mia, you were searching for a moment. Team Yellow told you to put a hit, to go out there and do a hit job on Wendy. And it didn't work. She jumped in. Wendy. What was you calling Wendy's name for? Wendy wasn't raising her voice. Only thing Wendy did was defend and let it be known. I said nothing. She is deflecting. Your issue is with her. Okay? Period. Your issue is with her. Are you afraid of her? Why are you not addressing her? Why on earth are you addressing me, madam? Okay? And on a whole, it's a fair question. But if I'm going to be real, Charrisse ain't scared of Karen. Charrisse's issue is she know that Karen is not gonna feed into it, so she know if she try to direct that energy toward Karen, she gonna get dissed and dismissed like we saw her get done like just a few seconds after that. Because y'all saw it, Karen cleared that lady. She cleared her like a cancer check. Cleared her like a defibrillator. Clear. While she's sitting up there talking about, well, I mean, how you gonna move forward if you don't know the reason? And Karen hit her with the easy, I did it 5 years ago. Period, point blank. Cleared her and gave her no more energy, none whatsoever. And mind you, the whole scene with Mia, again, Mia is literally shading the hell out of Charrisse. Like, y'all brought in the wrong person to do a hit job. She ended up doing a hit job on the girl y'all trying to shove down our throats. She did. It was just funny because she talking about, well, you were theatrical and here come Robin steady trying to jump in it. She wasn't theatrical. She had 0 bathrooms. Girl, you still ain't mad about them about you having 0 wash rags. And I want to talk about that. Can we talk about why you not mad about them wash rags? You didn't get theatrical about not being able to wash your behind, but you was all the way ready. You was all the way ready for her to be theatrical over a bathroom when there was literally 5 bathrooms in that house. Now, can we really talk about the truth? Why was you not theatrical about you having an inability, or at the very least a difficulty in washing your funky behind? Why was that not something for you to be theatrical for? Why wasn't you saying, darling, where is my wash rag? Darling, I need more towels. Darling. Okay, where was your theatrics? Why are you jumping in something that was none of your business? See, what Robin was very much giving me at this dinner was, I am on the sidelines. It don't matter who I try to beef with, I'm on the sidelines. It don't matter how manly and aggressive and thuggish I act, I'm on the sidelines. Let me try to get in between Wendy and Charrisse. Let me try to get in between Wendy and Mia. Let me in. Baby, you riding the pine. The coach ain't putting you in. Period, point blank. Not putting you in. So after the clearing, then you got Charrisse finally get a confessional. And again, they give her very few confessionals. And she up there looking like, you know what? She looked like one of them characters from the PJs. The way her eyes be drooping and all that real chalky, cheap, ashy makeup she got on. You know what I'm saying? So she up there in her confessional, child. Yes, Giselle was ready first, so we know who got the rag. Hello, good night. You better tell the truth. You better tell it and shame the devil. She up there talking about, I think Karen thinks that I know all of her secrets. She might be right. I don't believe you know nothing. Girl, you didn't know enough to buy a wig that actually fit your head. You didn't even know enough to put a chin strap on the one you had on. You didn't know enough to make sure your eyelashes was attached so that big dude, Mia, wouldn't be sitting up talking about your lashes sliding off your face. So I don't believe you know no secrets on her. I think you want people to believe that so you will be relevant. But baby, I'm going to have to go ahead and agree with your ex-husband, honey. You are irrelevant. You're irrelevant. Ain't nothing you going to do to ever make you relevant, baby. Let it go. Let it go. And Karen was so cute. She said, girl, you ain't called me in 5 years. Why now? Why you calling now? And I was rolling because child Karen went to singing happy birthday to her goddamn self. I say, and this, people, is why she is the grand dame. Oh, this is why she's the grand dame. Miss Thing with the singing happy birthday to herself. So then here comes Giselle campaigning for Charrisse, baby. It ain't working. Ain't nobody giving her no energy. Let her sit over there and figure out all the reasons why she shouldn't be looking like she looking. So then we got Ashley, surprised that Peter was cool, because let Mia tell it, she thought Peter was supposed to come over there stomping the floor. Doom, doom. I'm mad. You know what I'm saying? Peter came over there real cool, like everything was copacetic, like he should have done. What he should not have done was mention it at all to Mia. But, Peter's messy. Nene called him out years ago, and now here we are again. So after Peter left the table and he was too cool, can we talk about this? I feel like Mia went up to go get Peter because she wanted Peter to come to the table and confront Wendy and act like one of the girls and fling his weave over his shoulder and twirl his neck and pop his fingers and say, Wendy girl. And when he didn't do that, Mia went up to go running behind him to try to get some mess going. Like she wanted him to bring the mess. Okay? She wanted Peter to bring some mess, and Peter didn't bring the mess. Peter, kept it gentlemanly, spoke to them and was like, all right, holler at me before you leave or whatever like that, which is all he needed to do, in all honesty. But Mia jumped up to follow him because it was like, dang, I wanted you to get her and you ain't get her. Is that what y'all think? Is that what y'all think it was? I think that's what, I feel like that's what it was. I feel like that's what it was. Honestly, hands down. I think she had kind of made them, Team Yellow feel like, oh, don't worry, I'll get her, I'll use Peter. And Peter really didn't do it for her. So she had to go do it herself. Y'all think so? Oh, Essence say she bet Peter turn on Mia online and expose the plot. He might. Daphne say that's exactly what she thought. Even Ashley thought he was finna be extra about it. Yeah. I'm telling you, y'all, I think that's what they had discussed. off camera that, yeah, Peter gonna do it. Peter gonna do it. Baby, Peter came to that table and was cool as a cucumber and walked off. Yes, CC, it blew up in her face, ended up with bleeding, broken nails and everything, which lets me know this heifer can't fight. You big as any man I ever seen in my life, and you can't even fight. Girl, you done broke your fingernails and you ain't touched nobody. All you did was toss a drink and re-wet her wet and wavy, and then throw a phone and a purse, and neither one of them did what they were supposed to do. Patricia Messy behind had no business there either. He's another screen time junkie to tell Mia all windy business. Well, y'all, we know Peter with the good skin is messy. We know this. Like, this ain't no secret, but y'all hit that like button. The secret is, how come y'all ain't hit that like button? That's the secret. Y'all help me out with that. Okay, I'm begging. Shameless begging. Hit the like button, please. Yes, girl. Ashley said he was being his jovial Jamaican self. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. PBA said, I was like, how did the press on there break? Oh, I don't think that girl got no press ons now. Are we doing that? Say that was a production move gone bad. You know what I think this was, Maestro? I think this was some of that Giselle production. Giselle tried to produce this mess, and this was like one of them schemes from Todd and them. Say Mia's mad that Peter didn't do her dirty work. Yes. Yes, now. Yes, now. So anyway, she goes up to run over there. Giselle tried to push the Charrisse agenda again. Karen, again, was not going for it. So Peter was like, that's when Peter let out the fact that, hey, this is just what it was. I sent over the stuff. I ain't heard nothing back from her yet. And she came to town and ain't holler at me. That's basically what I got from Peter. And then this is where he exposed Giselle's lie, because he was like, look, whether she go forward with it or not, I'm still going to do it, because apparently to him, it's a good idea, even though we heard Giselle lie earlier in the episode and say it was a ludicrous idea. Okay, bam. So then Mia was like, well, Wendy don't know what she want, and I think Charrisse check's gonna clear. Y'all don't know nothing about Wendy's money. And ain't it funny how the tables turn when things ain't going your way, when love walks out, or should I say when bread walks out, pain walks in. Because Mia sat up there trying to clown Wendy, talking about, oh, I think Charisse's check gonna clear. We don't even know whether Charrisse got the correct coin when that man left her high and dry. Okay, that's what we don't know. If we got to go by her wigs, her wardrobe, and her eyelashes, I would say no, hell, she didn't. I would say that. Then to top it all off, Mia, you done ran your mouth and then turn around your husband. People done took everything out from up under your feet. Ain't it funny how the tables turn? Ain't it funny how the tables turn? Baby, you should listen. Shh. You should have just been quiet. Because you put all that out there in the atmosphere. And now them people done took everything from up under your feet. Y'all gonna have to get a lawyer, go to court and fight to try to get back what automatically should have belonged to your husband. That's what's finna happen to you. So she come, but before she can get back to the table, okay, before she can even get back to the table, we see her friend with very little provocation, and I'm using the word friend very loosely, sit up there and run her smooth in the ground. Did y'all catch that? Ran her in the ground. That's why I say these girls ain't friends to each other. First, we see Mia out there talking trash about her to Giselle of all people and Ashley. And then all Ashley said was, yeah, it took a while for me to kind of gel with Mia. That's all it took. Next thing we know, here go Jackie. Oh, she's a lot. I've been knowing her since we was 15, but if we met as adults, would we even be friends? And she like to be bossy over me. I'm her only friend that don't take her mess. And girl, I feel like she only got you around out of obligation. She feel like she's beholden to you because y'all gave her some, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and some Capri Suns and stuff. And she, you let her borrow some of your outfits back in the day. You know what I'm saying? But y'all don't like each other, and this is clear. That's why I say Jackie ain't got clean hands either, and she ain't no good friend either. Then Mia come back to the table. Ain't nobody even let her know that her friend was talking trash about her. Let me find out that's why Mia was airing her out and showing her domestic violence situation and everything like that. So then when she come back to the table, they tried to set it up because they had, they was on team. Giselle's like, oh, what was the conversation about? Who you giving the side eye to? And Mia then happily tells Wendy, oh, Peter say he got beef with you. But there was no beef. And got mad, literally. She came back with that. She came back with that in her mind, she thought that was going to get the reaction she wanted out of Wendy, and it did not work. It didn't. Wendy was like, I don't have beef with men, so I don't know what you're talking about, honey. You know, if he got beef, maybe he should call my husband. I don't have beef with men. And I said, all right, Wendy, get her straight. And she talking about, don't do that, because that's my family. Girl, don't do that, because that's nothing. You need to stay out people business. Now that's what you need to do. Charrisse over there making faces because she knows she heard part of the conversation. So she's so happy to feel like she's in the middle of something. Girl, bye. So anyway, and so she was like, well, you know, y'all could have talked about, you could have told him that you was coming down here, whatever. And she was like, girl, I didn't let nobody know I was going anywhere but my husband. She was like, I don't play like that. We don't do that. We don't do that. And so that's when she was like, basically trying to, she was amping it up. Wendy was just like, girl, no, it ain't that. I don't let nobody know but my husband. And Mia's like, but this is business. This is business. Girl, if it's business, why are you in it? Because if it's business, the business involves the two parties that initiated the business. It don't involve you. And if it's business, why does she need to let him know personally that she's coming to a city? Peter don't own Miami. You ain't even American. Now, can we really keep it a buck? And you from up top. So Miami ain't your city and Florida ain't your state. That girl don't have to let you know when she traveling. She don't have to check in unless she trying to say Peter's the new Jay Prince. Y'all let me know. Because last I heard, they called Trick Daddy the mail down there. I ain't never heard them call Peter the mail. Let me know. If anybody checking in, why would it be the Peter Thomas? Like he owned Miami. I ain't never heard that before. And so Mia was getting hyped up because Wendy was too calm. She got so hyped up because Wendy was too calm and it was not working. And so what really pissed her off was because it wasn't working and Wendy was just dismissing her. Like, girl, maybe that's what you and your husband do. Me and my husband don't get down like that. And so she left it like that. That's all that girl said before this heifer throwed that drink over there and hit that good wet and wavy. And it was at that point that Miss Wendy decided that she was finna give us all our god dog on life. I said, yes, God, because listen, from the preview, I was under the impression that Wendy was going to be forced to have to sit there and act like a Sunday school teacher and act like Miss Manners while these yellow manly hooligans attack her. And I was so glad that she talked up for herself. And not only that, the situation quickly shifted from them all dogpiling and ganging up on her and Mia trying to antagonize her to Wendy really antagonizing her, since I'm going to go ahead and borrow Robin's word, because they was planning to antagonize Wendy. That's why Robin had her phone ready to record, because they was hoping Wendy was going to do something so they could call her ghetto or a hood rat or a thug or aggressive. And none of that took place. Absolutely none of it. At that point, now Wendy said everything she could think of to piss her off and let her know, hey, if you and your husband might be running around here sleeping with men and women, and then said, you throwing drinks on me by the man. She said, did you throw a drink on me because you sleeping with Peter? Is that what this is? You threw a drink on me because I didn't call this man when I came to town. Are you going with Peter? I say, go ahead, Wendy. Wendy literally sat there and hit every button she could think of to hit to piss you off, because you was trying to piss her off and got pissed off. And I was for it. Wendy was in the right. And let me say this for the record. If Wendy had came in the first season being this girl, I would have liked her. If she'd have just came in being this girl right here. Mind you, then you got Mia with some more of her colorist bullcrap. See, I always say that anger is a lot like liquor. Piss them off, they'll tell you how they feel. So I'm a boss. I'm the only black lady at the table. And Wendy let her know, baby, and I'm the only black professor at Johns Hopkins and the youngest. I said, you better let her know what's an actual accomplishment, because that table that you were sitting at was a table that your husband set up. Because let us not forget, you rose to the top climbing a man's zipper. That girl rose to the top by her own might. Now let's really talk about who got a crown and who just bowing their head to somebody with a crown. Andrew Mack say, OMG, Robin so wanted Wendy to come out of character. There she was recording. Wendy was so whack. She is so whack. And then let's talk about the fact I was so tickled with the fact that Wendy was like, oh, did you think I was going to fight you? I said, yes, baby, let them know. Never gonna happen. Yes, Wendy called her ghetto. And listen, let me remind y'all, this is the second time that Mia has tried to call a black woman ghetto simply for besting her verbally. And it's not hard to do, Mia. Again, did you even go to community college? It's not hard. It's not hard. It's not. I swear it's not. It ain't. But I find it interesting. You the one from the group home. You the one with a crackhead mama. You the one whose daddy died in prison. And you're calling who ghetto again? Let me run her stats one more time because I want to make sure I got this thing right. From a group home to a strip club to an old man who was married to somebody else with a crackhead mama and your daddy, Panama Jack, who died in the prison. And yet you're here calling black women who are clearly better than you ghetto. Now, what makes them ghetto? Would it be their money, their background, their families, their solid educations? What makes them ghetto, Mia? Or is it their blackness that makes them ghetto? Because I don't see nothing ghetto about sisters with PhDs. I don't see nothing ghetto about that. I don't see nothing ghetto about sisters with successful marriages. Even if one of their husbands ain't so successful, but I don't see nothing ghetto about coming from a solid 2-parent home. I don't see anything ghetto about that. So what exactly are you calling ghetto, honey? What are you calling ghetto? Their accomplishments or their blackness? What's ghetto? Little Miss eye stripping evening gowns. What's ghetto? Somebody help me. I'm trying to figure it out. Y'all put it in the chat when y'all figure out exactly what's ghetto about them two sisters. Y'all let me know, because I've called Wendy boring. She was very rude and kind of condescending toward black Americans her first season. Like, it's a lot of things I could call that lady, but ghetto ain't one of them. So I would just like to know. I'm just wondering if one of y'all got an answer. Right. It must be the skin tone. Must be the skin tone. I'm confused. Baby girl say it's the clear colorism. You're literally trash and you're calling people ghetto. Yes, black women ghetto. The black women must be ghetto to me, honey. That's what she said. And then, I was just watching it because the whole time Robin is desperately trying to get into this conversation. She's desperately trying to insert herself. Oh, she's antagonistic. She's antagonistic. She's antagonistic. And I love the fact that Ashley piped right on up. She was like, girl, when you throw a drink, shots are fired. She said, because I would have went off. Mind you, after the walk off, the comeback or whatever, I was very interested in the fact that Wendy was like, hey, I let you slide with the drink. Don't put your finger in my face. Wendy got a little heated there, but she calmed back down. And then Mia, that's when she called her ghetto. And then she blames it. Oh, she gets upset when people call her out. Baby, you called her out and you got upset because she didn't get upset. Now, can we tell the truth? Okay. Wendy had her going, period. And then you look up, Mia ended up leaving. You was up there talking about get her out of here, get her out of here. And Robin was over there screaming antagonistic because Wendy was like, and if I don't leave, then what? Because that's a good question. You don't own a restaurant. If I don't leave, then what? Then what happens, right? And so Mia ended up leaving. So it's like you tried to get her gone and you ended up gone. You ended up being the one walking out the door. Robin was still trying to get in it. And Wendy was like, no, honey, she's violent. Okay. Mia ended up calling G and telling him this and that. And she broke a nail. Robin stands up screaming, oh, Wendy wins. Like, girl, why are you making noise? You are so out of place and loud, doing too much. So Mia up there booking flights and her nails broke, and Robin went out there. Giselle went out there with her, and you not leaving. And it was just so interesting that all these ladies sat there and literally ganged up, dog pile on this sister. And out of all of y'all, Voltron force activated, and y'all still couldn't dispatch one well-prepared sister. I'm just saying, how many monkeys does it take to screw in a light bulb? All of y'all dog pile on this sister and it didn't work, and immediately she's the victim. Oh, she was baiting and antagonizing you and whatever. So anyway, and so Karen was talking to Wendy at the table, and she was like, well, did you say that because you know that? Is that true, or was that out of anger? So Karen was trying to de-escalate, and Wendy was like, I said it out of anger, but there are rumors. Okay. Ashley and Karen both was like, we don't like that or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Ashley was like, yeah, it was very unnecessary, all this drink throwing and stuff. And baby, Giselle came walking her funky behind over there. You know, she was only there to try to hear what they were saying and insert some mess and trying to see if, you know, if she could get Karen and Ashley to go on the bandwagon with them with Team Yellow, and it wasn't working. Ashley abandoned ship. I feel like Ashley tried to abandon ship on the Chris line. They pulled her back in, but Ashley definitely distanced herself from this one. And so when Wendy got ready to leave, let me put the StreamYard in the chat because I know for a fact some of y'all got something to say. I already know this, so I need to just prepare my heart for what's finna go down. I know y'all got something to say. And baby, this is where Wendy gave me my life. Wendy gave me my whole life. I don't care what nobody say. Y'all not gonna change my mind. They say, Wendy, where you going? Wendy say, I'm leaving from here because I'm not about to sit up and listen to a Mia sympathizer and have them making excuses for violence after the way they acted with Monique when it was her and Candace. I said, wait a minute, hold up. What is going on? I say Mia done caused the situation that made Wendy vindicate Monique and bring it all full circle. Giselle was looking stupid. She couldn't open her mouth. She didn't know what to say. And baby, I lived. Okay, I lived. Kai, what you got to say about this mess?
I might sound like a little baby, but like my eyes actually watered watching this episode, so I might be a little soft. But because I was absolutely disgusted.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, like, I'm like flipping back and forth between, you know, running the YouTube streets, and someone said this is not a fair comparison, but like for me personally, I have not been able to get into the Sean Keller Robinson issue because we're the same age, and I'm all for Black people living life, traveling, do what you, and to see that from her for no reason was disgusting to me. And I get, yes, it's a reality TV show that reflects life, and I was absolutely disgusted watching Robin Dixon pull out a phone on when there's already production crew and security around with a flashlight, point it not towards the woman, which she shouldn't have done anyway, but point it not towards the woman who just threw the drink, but towards the woman who got up because the drink was thrown on her, and telling her you're antagonistic, and then telling her if you're going to fight, fight.
Yeah.
I was absolutely disgusted. And you could clearly see this entire episode was a setup for some kind of confrontation to go down, for the point that at the beginning of the episode start with Mia telling Ashley and Robin, because I'm sorry, Ashley and Giselle, because one of them asked, I can't remember which one, asked Mia, does Wendy know we're going to Peter's restaurant? And she's like, I don't know if she knows. And then for you to pick a fight about Wendy not reaching out to Peter because y'all are coming to the restaurant and y'all were in Miami. How? You knew you were coming to his restaurant and you knew he was in Miami and you didn't tell me. So what are you picking a fight over me about? Like, when I tell you I was, and I know I'm on the different channels, and some, you know, some like skin people are like really just itching in their souls because they just can't understand, and some white people who watch this show just really can't understand it's all fun and jokes, but it's not fun and jokes because this actually happens in real life. You actually do see people whipping out their phones, encouraging people to fight, and or you see people who look a certain way and they're not the instigator of the fight and then being blamed for it and then told to keep fighting because Robin was going to record to use that as a defense for why she's going to have an issue with Wendy, because she wants it on her phone, that way she can have control over it and pull it out when they start talking about, you see how Wendy was acting. That's what that phone was for, to have proof, her quote unquote proof.
Yes. And I'm gonna tell, but y'all heard what I said. This whole thing was a plan, and they thought they had it planned out perfectly, and it was supposed to go like a choreographed dance. And baby, Wendy came through and did that Aunt Viv dance scene from Fresh Prince, and it was over. And let me get this comment because this is a good point. But check, when Peter walked up and said, "You ain't hit me," Wendy said, "Check your text." Right, and then Wendy showed that she did text him. So okay, that's Kai. Essence, what you got, girl? I gotta hear it.
Oh, first of all, good evening, everybody. I love your channel. It's amazing. Kai, thank you so much for bringing up the incident with the young lady. That is so true. Just like the whole entire climate of them being on a girls' trip and being around friends and them potentially like ganging up on her and like this type of video of it. I just feel like the timing is even worse. So
I know it's not purposeful, but it was just too close.
No, I'm glad you said that because that is like, this is like the perfect example of that, literally. Like that just took me in a whole nother headspace. But I want to talk about like the modern times we're in as far as being like a dark-skinned Black woman. Like I was bullied, I was teased. I'm a dark-skinned Black woman, and I'm just really happy to see that we're now like rallying around women who have to deal with that kind of bullying, and the fact that we can like clearly identify it in real time. It's always been a gray area. Like, oh, maybe it is happening, maybe you're doing too much, maybe you're overthinking it. No, they're literally ganging up on Wendy. And can we just applaud her for not going for it? Like that's the kind of woman I am. I'm very progressive. I know how to handle girls like that. It takes a certain kind of confidence and intelligence to like handle women who are like that.
Yeah, so, and not take the bait. I loved it. Girl, did you not live when Wendy said, "Oh, you thought I was gonna fight you?"
Okay. Yeah, she is such a good role model. She's an amazing role model for a lot of like young women. And I the last thing I want to say, because I don't want to take too long, is that I feel like Giselle, being that she is, you know, in a sorority, being that she probably is used to being like, you know, somebody who has stature just based on how she looks and all of that. I feel like she never let go of the high that she felt being like the head honcho, and she doesn't know how to operate outside of that space. And I feel like the minion aspect of light-skinned women who are just used to being like, oh, like the belle of the ball, like, you know what I'm saying? Like Mia is the perfect example of that. She does not know how to operate outside of her being a light-skinned woman with like privilege in the Black community and being able to pick on people without anyone holding her accountable. And I feel like this mix of women is really, 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 really bad. Like in real life, I feel like it's really bad, and Andy needs to check it. Like it's to a point where like this is an actual social issue, and if they don't check it, like it's gonna go beyond Bravo. It's gonna be to the point where Black women in general are gonna have an issue with what's going on in Potomac. So that's all I really have to say. But thank you for letting me express that, because I've been holding that in for a long time.
Well, I'm glad you got it out. Because listen, that whole that phone scene, it was literally like, we set this up, we're gonna try to poke, you know, make something happen with you, Black girl, and I'm gonna put this camera on you because now we're finally gonna get the reaction. And I think she got disappointed because you didn't get the reaction. You was hoping to get it, you were planning for it, you were ready for a reaction, and what you got was her really staying, you know, on her square and paying Mia in her own coin. And that's just that. Period. That's just that.
And that's how you do it.
That's how you do it. Like when somebody, my daughter says, she can tell you, I'm the queen of that. If I know you're trying to piss me off, I'm going to piss you off. I promise you, I'm going to piss you off every day. But and I saw somebody in the chat say, stop with the color. We'll stop talking about color when they stop exercising colorism on this show. And that's just that.
Now, and in our community.
In our community, period. But especially on this show, when we talk about Potomac, we're going to talk about colorism as long as they're still participating. Jazzy, what you got, baby? Because you was next.
To add to what you just said before I say my piece, and hi everyone, good evening.
Hello.
If you're uncomfortable with talking about colorism, there's something that you need to figure out with yourself. Okay? Because if you're not colorist, you don't have a problem talking about these things.
Amen.
So you need to figure that out for yourself.
Good point.
Also, for me, it was the little things that I was looking at, because I'm very observant. Robin with her camera and Wendy's face telling her to fight, it reminds me of like middle school when somebody's trying to start a fight with people. And then you're going to say she's antagonizing Mia.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes,
the nerve
right?
To call Wendy ghetto.
Yeah, that was so cringy. The girl from the strip club.
She called her ghetto.
The girl with the crackhead mama. Ooh.
And then to see people on the internet saying, oh, Wendy, you're so against violence, but here you are saying you're going to beat up somebody. She was just assaulted twice.
Right, and I like that Wendy was able to.
I'm allowed to hit them back.
I like that Wendy was able, even in that moment that was elevated, to still verbalize and articulate, like, this lady just threw a drink at me and then assaulted me. And you're saying what now? She's violent. I like this, that she used those inflammatory words. Mia is violent. We saw that Mia was violent last season. We see that Mia is violent now. And Robin doesn't have a problem with it, because Robin the thug is violent. She's very violent. I agree with you.
And then for Robin to stand up in the restaurant. And then for her to stand up in the restaurant and be like, "Oh, everyone, Wendy won." Like, what is your, like, what is what are you screaming wrong for? With you?
Yeah, you know what, like, it gave me, girl? It gave me, you were so invested in that moment because y'all had planned that moment, and I think it was hurting her to see their plan tank. That's what I think. What y'all think?
Yeah.
I think that there needs to be repercussions for doing that ahead of time. Like, I think they need to ax that out completely, because it's getting out of hand. Like, it's going too far, and they need to really start holding them accountable for doing stuff like that. Like you said, you think Ashley like kind of jumped off the ship, and I think that she really needed to, because for you to literally, I don't know if you guys remember, but the way Giselle walked up to the van after the last episode when Robin lied. Yeah, the way she was just like, the way she walked up to the van, it just was, I already knew she was about to say something that was not true. So they need to start holding them accountable for all this embellishing, because it's going too far. That's how I feel.
I agree, child. I agree. Who was next? Was that Lauren? Lauren, you was next, right? Lauren. Hello? Lauren, you might not have hooked up your microphone, because it's like when you unmute, we don't hear you. If you want to drop down and come back, like, try it like that, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to Tandra, and you come back. But let me hear what Tandra got to say.
Tonight made me so upset. I was so upset. Because she started with Wendy. And then when Wendy got loose with her mouth, and then she got mad and tried to fight her.
Yep. That's what it was.
And it makes me so mad. And it is colorism. All of them.
It is.
All of them. I can't stand Giselle. I can't stand Robert either.
So what did you think about Ashley kind of like jumping ship? Like, I'm not going down with y'all when it came to that Giselle telling that lie about, oh, Ashley said that he touched the girl butt and whatever. Ashley cleared that up so quick. I was like, ooh. Ashley cleared that up. Like, I ain't said that. Yeah. She was like, girl, I ain't say that.
Yeah. Because
Giselle lied on Peter. Because she lied on Peter too. We saw this episode. So I'm just like, Giselle.
Well, Giselle is always lying. She's always lying. She's always making up stuff. So that I wasn't sure if she was lying about Candace's husband or not. Because she lies so much. She lies so much. But I mean, I don't know the people, so I don't know if the man was trying to get our Ashley and Giselle are in cahoots.
That's right.
I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, it's colorism.
It was a lot. Colorism. It was a lot going on with this episode. Giselle really, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. That's why I said I feel like Giselle tried to produce. I feel like Giselle tried to produce, and you could tell, in my opinion, that Giselle was trying to produce, because when everything was going on, Giselle literally only kind of jumped in to kind of keep it going. If y'all notice, Giselle didn't take a real active role in this episode.
No, she didn't.
She didn't. She was just kind of on the scene to keep it moving. Like when they were outside and Mia brought up Peter, like she was like, oh, do she know that he's coming or whatever like that? You know what I mean? Just to keep it moving. Then when they was at the table and Peter didn't give them the mess they wanted, when Mia followed him out and then came back, she was like, what was the big conversation about?
Being messy. She was being messy. That's
what I'm saying. She was,
and she didn't get what she thought she was gonna get.
but this what I'm saying, sis. She was trying to keep it moving, right?
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
Matt. She was telling Karen, pick a side. She was trying to keep it moving.
Mm-hmm.
She really thought this is my episode. I'm gonna produce this episode and it's gonna go, and it flopped. It did not work. It backfired. It blew up in her face.
Now, Wendy, I've been looking at the show from the beginning. Wendy wasn't my favorite. Is not my favorite character. I really look at the show because Karen's still on there because I like Karen.
Right.
But right, this episode I'm on Wendy's side. They trying to get her kicked out. Yeah, they trying to get her kicked off. And I don't like that.
Yeah,
she was talking about what the girl name that beat up Candace?
Monique.
She was talking about the Monique incident, but you know she was all on Giselle and them side.
That's true. When she was definitely on their side. She was definitely on their side, and I was
on their side.
But this is the thing. This is what you got to look at. That's why it carries so much more weight. We're literally seeing in real time somebody realize, like, I was siding with you and y'all really full of crap. It was like, okay, I'm gonna sympathize with y'all and y'all selling this whole we're black women, we can't act like that, and then to turn around and now you sympathizing and encouraging somebody to act like that. And I feel like we should have seen it coming from last year's reunion when Giselle sat up there, her and her rings, telling Candace, oh, if she go upside your head, then it's okay, or we know why. You know what I'm saying? Like she was encouraging Mia to attack Candace then.
And I feel like if they get Wendy off, they're gonna come for Candace.
Right, but good luck with that because as it is, all of their little plots and plans ain't none of that working on Wendy. Wendy is exposing these girls. Wendy's doing the work of the Lord, honey.
But like Giselle don't bring nothing. Giselle don't bring nothing to the table this season.
She does. Well, she don't bring nothing to the table now season.
That's why I was like, why is she still on there?
Because she's production's pet. She normally do their dirty work, but I really believe this was Giselle's idea and it ain't work. Lauren, is your mic working, baby? Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
We sure can, girl. Tell us what you
thank you so much. Okay, I'm so sorry about the audio issues before.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure it out. So hopefully it stays good throughout. But I mean, I pretty much share like similar sentiments to, what everyone has been saying so far. Watching this episode was like my anxiety was through the freaking roof when Robin had her phone out with the flash on. I don't know if it was the fact that the flash was on that was just like my blood pressure. I was just like, what is happening right now? And I felt so bad for Wendy because even though Karen and Ashley were, saying like, oh, Mia was wrong for throwing the drink, like no one was really like 10 toes, like I'm on Wendy's side. Wendy was really standing there by herself, really holding her own. I mean, she was doing a good job at holding her own, but I did see her kind of break a little bit when they had that security guard. He was like talking to her like, you have, too much going on for you to be acting like this. I was like, girl, pull it together. But it was just so like infuriating to see someone be gaslit in that moment. And I mean, I'm not sure who was speaking before. I do have a little problem whenever people bring up the fact that Wendy was quote unquote on Robin and Giselle's side during season 5. And the reason why I say that is because Wendy was introduced to through the show or to the show through Candace.
True.
So from how I was viewing it was that Wendy came in and saw someone attack her friend. So of course she's going to be like, yeah, no, like, what are you doing? I'm not on your side. So I didn't see it as Wendy hopping on the Monique hate streams. So I do get a little like annoyed whenever people bring that up. I'm like, someone just fought her friend. You're not going to go to that other person and be like, so what's your side? The natural reaction is going to be like, why did you just hit my friend? But
I feel you on that. I think if I can if I can interject though, I think a lot of people, including myself, see her as being on their side because she didn't just approach the situation as this is my friend and I'm with my friend right or wrong. That I could have respected. I think that a lot of people could have respected, but I think what rubbed people the wrong way was that she was acting as though she had been a part of this dynamic the whole time. She knew all the players and she was really pushing it all the way down to slinking, or as Miss Karen said, slithering down the stairs to come jump in her face and tell her, how she needs to feel and who she needs to support. Wendy did a lot. She did a lot. Now, one thing I will say is she probably did a lot because she really didn't understand the dynamic because she was new, which is why she should have treaded lightly.
I mean, I can see that. I'm still kind of, I'm still standing in my understanding, but I do understand that. So I do appreciate you kind of like fleshing that out, because whenever I'm like on Twitter reading like all these different tweets, I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Someone just hit her friend. But thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's really what it was. And then a lot of it too was people seeing her interact with Giselle and Robin sans Candace.
Yes.
And her interactions with them when Candace wasn't even in the room was giving very much Big Sister Almighty. Let me kiss the ring. Let me kiss your behind. Let me fit in, please. All the way down to her idiotic jumping around and screaming, looking like a broken wet cigarette at that farce of an engagement party.
Oh Lord, I will say that was super cringe when she was over the top. Like, I'm just like,
she did a whole lot of please accept me, please let me fit in. And then I'm gonna tell you something else. We were really thinking that maybe you was a little, you maybe were trying to fit in, maybe you was feeling a little color struck because she was running around with that terracotta clay foundation that did not match her natural skin tone, and it made her look a ghastly mess.
Oh my goodness. No.
Y'all know I got to tell it like it is now. We got to tell the truth. Now, I'm glad that she has seen the light and she's holding her own. And dare I say, had she shown us this girl for her first season, all of us probably would have been Wendy fans. Because right now, Wendy has officially changed my mind. I'm officially a Wendy Osefo fan because I was not a fan of her. But doggone it, I'm a Wendy fan.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I didn't watch Wendy's first season, so I got introduced to Wendy after when she got her boob job. Yes. So I've been Team Wendy since that season because I feel like the dynamics that she brought to the group were really good. Because prior to her being there wasn't a lot of class and sophistication, and I understand now why in season 1 Karen talked so much about etiquette, because as we know through you, Giselle and Robin are very like nasty women. Like, they're just not hygienical. They're just not. So I understand why Karen has been saying since season 1, like etiquette. So when they all went to that trip, I forgot where they went and Candace's trip. Whenever the cottage house came through, they just brought a sense of femininity and classiness. So I always felt like Wendy was always on top of it. Like, I always felt like Wendy always looked put together. She didn't look sloppy. She was always well dressed. And whenever she would come through, you could just see it on Giselle's face.
Yeah, like, the envy.
So I always loved her. Yep.
She's swimming in the envy. And you know what? That's what before I get Mon Ami, that's what bugged me the most about Wendy in season 1. It was like, girl, you have all of the raw material. These girls can't hold a candle to you. Why are you kissing their behinds? It was too much to watch. Mon Ami, what you got, baby?
Hey, Seanitra, hey, everybody on the panel. Can you hear me?
Hello, love.
I am still fuming like an hour and a half later after
They
watching
got
this. I
y'all
can't even.
mad, huh?
Oh my God, my heart is beating like crazy. And I agree with the last speaker. I'm sorry, I can't see the name. I think it was Essence Mayhew about the etiquette
Yes.
and everything.
Yes.
Like, what really hurts me the most about this show is Wendy exemplifies Black excellence, right? She's
Yes,
a
she
West
does.
African immigrant, well educated, full nuclear family, multiple jobs, carries herself with dignity. She's supposed to be the ideal role model for like young Black girls, even Black women like myself.
Yeah, she is the
And
goalpost. She is the
she's the
goal
goalpost. Yeah, and she's, she can be a little annoying sometimes,
at
but I
times.
I still
Yes.
like her.
Yes, she is the
And
goalpost.
yeah, and despite all of this, she's made the butt of the joke of this group. So not only, I'm assuming she probably had the same talk we did. Yet, you have to work twice as hard in white America and corporate
Mm-hmm.
world. You have to worry about racism from white people. But nowadays, it just seems like we're getting it just as bad, if not worse, from our own. I mean, I don't know if we
Well,
want to consider.
well, the thing
I
is,
don't know.
but if we want, if we're really going to tell the truth, we always have. You know what I mean? And number one, Black women are oftentimes treated poorly by the Black community. Double so if you're a darker Black woman. And I know that, I heard someone on another channel try to explain to me that I'm not exactly dark, and you're correct. But I also grew up with a sister that is dark. So I saw up close and personal that there's a very clear difference in how I was treated as opposed to how my sister was treated. And that's been my entire life. Okay. I saw the difference in how I was treated as opposed to someone who is a whole lot lighter. You know what I mean? So this is not like, let's be clear, even though we're seeing it on Potomac, we're seeing it play out, and it's playing out in a world where people are more conscious of the nonsense that takes place, right? This is not a new concept. That, colorism, when you see ism at the end of a word, it indicates that it is a system. Okay, just like racism is a system, it's not just a bad attitude. Colorism is a system, it's not just a preference or a prejudice. So we're seeing this system play out on this show, and it's actually played out on other shows on television. And the world wasn't ready for the conversation. And as we can see, the world is barely ready for the conversation now. Because when you pointed out, you got people saying, stop talking about colorism. No, the hell we're not. To me, that's the same as clear people saying, stop talking about racism. Not until you stop participating in it, you a lie. And the truth ain't in you. Now, we all watched Martin and we all laughed and kikied while they pretended like Pam was ugly and Gina was pretty just because of her complexion, when everybody knows that Tashina all. And Gina looked like a bee had stung her in her head before every scene. We've seen it on television over and over and over. It's just that seeing it play out this way, with the world being more conscious of it, with more of us speaking out and drawing attention to it, and then actually having to watch it play out on a reality TV show, how we watch them attack, bully, insult, poke this Black woman who is clearly their better, and then call her ghetto, hold up cameras and spotlights on her like, we're going to treat you like an animal. Let's see if we can get a response. It's triggering because I can see y'all in the chat, man. Y'all still mad. This show been on for an hour and a half. Y'all still ready to go over there and slap all them heifers. And I understand. I do. I understand. I get it.
I don't know. It's getting harder and harder to watch, to be honest. It's just, either, we're super ghetto, we're raggedy, we don't have edges, and then someone shows you the opposite and you still can't win. So
right. Well, the thing is, because at the end of the day, when the issue is a foundational hate for Black women in general, there is nothing you're going to do to win with people who are dedicated to not loving you. There's nothing you're going to do to make them love you. You can be the president of the United States. Look at Michelle. She was married to the president, and people sat around, even Black people tried to call her a man. They called her ugly. And I'm like, where? How? On what level? A sister that graduated summa cum laude? On what level? How is she less than? It doesn't matter what we achieve, what our accolades are. At the end of the day, you better not ever forget that you're still a black woman. You're
And they
still
won't
a
let you
black
forget
woman.
either.
You know what I'm saying? And get this, they ain't gonna never let you forget. They're never going to let you forget. And I think that this was so triggering for a lot of sisters, because watching Wendy, watching a sister who is the goalpost, and I'm not saying she's the only one. We got a lot of sisters, some of the sisters in the chat, some of y'all are the goalpost. But when we're literally looking at the goalpost being attacked, it's just that reminder that you ain't going to never be good enough for them not to come after you. You're never going to be educated enough, accomplished enough. You're never going to be graceful or poised enough. You're never going to be classy enough. You're never going to be polished enough for these people not to treat you like you less than just because you were blessed to be kissed with melanin, just because you were blessed to walk around with the creator's original color. That envy is going to make them attack you as long as you're a black woman. The truth of the matter is they envy seeing that divinity on you. That's what they envy. If I could come back again, I would. If I could come back to life 100 times, I would come back every time as a black woman. I would just be a few shades darker. But it's a very hard road. It's a very hard road to hoe, so to speak. And we're literally watching these black women be mistreated just because they black women, and that ain't cool.
It really is.
It ain't. But this episode, man, I was so happy to see Wendy give them heifers as good as she gave them. She gave it to them this time. Baby, she gave it to them. And the way she ended it, she dropped the mic. She dropped the mic. Elevate said, do you think Ashley's a colorist too? Yes. And that she's caught in the Matrix with Gizmo, Robin, and Rob the Stallion. Y'all are insane. I do think she's colorist. I just think she's smarter than those heifers. She know when to jump ship. You say the same way they treated Ketanji Brown. Yeah, I agree with that. And CC said, I kind of wish Mia did hit Wendy so she could be kicked off the show. I didn't want that. I wouldn't have wanted that, because I don't think any of us would have been ready to see that.
Especially with the way we see the women reacting to it.
Oh yes, because had she actually picked up her little dusty paws and put them on that black woman, I don't know, y'all probably would have still been mad next week. It's an hour and a half later, and y'all mad about a drink that hit some wet and wavy. So if she'd have actually touched that lady, I don't know what y'all would have done. Mika said, and it's done subconsciously. That's why many people don't recognize it until it's brought to the forefront. That's why these conversations are important. It's true.
I feel like I have to make this point because it is also disturbing to me. Some people are like, don't watch the show. And there's this one person that I meet around the YouTube streets, and they're white and from England, and saying it's not that serious, it's just a show. And I have to point out, people are in uproar with Netflix canceling Sailing Tampa because Netflix is now doing all these reality real estate shows, and there's only the one black one. It got one season, it was canceled. There is not a lot of black content to go around. So just because I'm triggered, I feel like I should be able to critique these women and say, hey, you're doing something that is triggering and damaging to the community you call yourselves a part of, and be able to watch the show, especially since there are people on the show who I actually do like, and I see them actually using the platform to like build a better life for themselves.
And I'm gonna tell you something else. We can't expect people from other communities to understand why internal issues like this trigger us. We can't expect them to understand that, and that's not excusing them. I promise it's not.
I guess because I see some black people also hopping on this train because they don't want to take the show that seriously. But I'm just like, y'all are y'all don't realize that people are watching the show and they will do these kind of things in their actual lives.
Well, a lot of the people who are excusing it are actually doing it in their actual lives, and that's why they're excusing it, because that mirror is a son of a gun. And furthermore, you got to consider the fact that when we see these things play out, even though it's a television show, it's a reality show, we're actually seeing them act out something that's offensive. And I think it's very ugly when people try to tell us what should not offend us. You're acting out something that some of us have had to live. You're acting out something that some of us have had to witness, and we all have trauma from it in different ways. Mm-hmm. And so how do you, as especially somebody who's not a part of our community, get to tell us what we should be offended by? You know, you don't get to tell us why not to be offended, because no one would say that to the Jewish community about anything, as we see. But when it comes to Black women, this particular demographic, the whole world is standing around to tell us what we should not be offended by. If I'm offended, I'm offended.
Right. And you say something about the Jewish community, you cancel real quick.
If they have the ability, if they have the ability.
Yeah.
Now, if you're not leaning on their system in any way, your money doesn't depend on them in any way, then there's no way to really cancel you. All they can do is be mad.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing we need to normalize, but that's a different conversation. So Essence, you back, girl. What else y'all got to say about this? This tonight was a mess. It was a mess, but Wendy definitely dropped that mic when she was like, especially with all that y'all did for Monique, and now all of a sudden you making excuses.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about the dynamics between Jacqueline and Mia and my opinions on that.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. So my opinions is this, because it my antenna started to stand up back when what was it that made me think, okay, something is wrong with them. When Jacqueline made the chef comment, right? It started to make me feel as if Jacqueline is like she's like a third wheel on steroids, you know? So maybe she's like a little bit too, like, I think she's too close for comfort for Mia, but because they're like best friends and it's always been that way, she doesn't really know how to, you know, kind of like tell her to back off a little bit. So what I thought was interesting is that after Jacqueline made that comment about the chef, if you go back and watch it, Mia made sure that she called her husband in Jacqueline's presence and made sure to be extra mushy. And during that scene, I was watching Jacqueline's body language just to see, like, you know, how is she responding to it? And in my opinion, I feel like Jacqueline knew that Mia was being petty. So I think that, like you said, you know, she probably did a lot for Mia and is riding her coattails and all that stuff. But I think that Jacqueline and Mia are finally in a space where they are comfortable, they had a codependent relationship, and Mia is finally comfortable, like, separating a little bit. And I really think Mia loves her husband. I do want to say that the way that she said, like, oh, I'm celebrating my 10-year anniversary, the way she called him and thanked him for getting her stuff, I although I feel like the way they got together is disgusting, I personally feel like she does love her husband, and I think that she's ready for Jacqueline to give them some space. And she doesn't like the way that Jacqueline treats her marriage. So that's my theory. That's what I think it is.
I think you're right on that too. I think everything that we observed, I think all of it's right. I definitely feel like she feels like I did so much for you. And I think that whole I did so much for you back then makes her feel like, okay, I'm entitled to your coattails. Okay. And let's be clear, it don't matter what you do for somebody, they're not entitled to anything. Now, true in fact, if someone does for you, you should be grateful. And I'm the type of person, anybody who knows me knows, I'm trying not to laugh at these comments, y'all. I have always been a person, when people are kind to me, I'm grateful. Like, I'm so grateful. I have not encountered a lot of kind people. So when people are kind to me, like, I'm tripping over myself grateful. You know what I mean? But when you do for people, you have to have in the back of your mind, that person might not be grateful. Everybody you do for, y'all know you've done for some people and they turn around and gave you their behind the kiss.
Yep.
And Sandra, you ain't had to silence your mic about no smoke detector because people be forgetting to change their buttons, and it is what it is. And I did see this comment. Welcome, Lauren Landry. Nice picture, sis. But yeah, you welcome, sis. I don't care nothing about your smoke detector. You come here anytime. And even say Kevin in hell, he got big fish to fry. Well, baby, if he down there frying fish, we know for a fact that he got the heat. You got enough heat to get it done. All right. Now back to our regularly scheduled program. Okay. But Sandra, don't you go nowhere. There you go. Come on back. You family. You ain't got to go nowhere. You do whatever you want to do. This your sister house. Tutu, for your info say Mia is high-key jealous of Wendy. Her skin tone, her natural beauty, her intelligence, her husband that loves her, etc.
Yes.
You better tell it. And let me just say this. It's a whole lot of people, sisters especially, that ain't gonna be honest. It's a whole lot of them look at beautiful dark women and they're envious as hell. And I love them. Like I don't get envious like, oh, I want to do nothing to you. But I be looking like, dang, if God had just gave me that. Ooh, if he just
even white women do, to be honest.
Yeah, but you know they do that. They don't care which skin tone. They look at all of our magical divine goodness, and they're always envious. Like that's a normal thing. But I mean, some of these sisters that participate in colorism and they benefit from the fetishism from the men in our communities. Yeah, they low key look at a lot of beautiful dark sisters, these richly melanated women, and they're envious. And I know they're envious.
Because let's keep it real. People love to say Ashley and Candace knew each other from the pageant world. Ashley was involved in one pageant.
That's true.
They're up in here Candace has been involved in pageants since she was like a teenager. Like every popular, up and girl that's in the pageant world is friends with Candace. Ashley ain't got nothing on there.
Wow.
And then let's go. Giselle came on Potomac, and I don't really go for Karen like that, but downing Karen because Karen didn't have her education. Now all of a sudden, Wendy comes along with her PhD. Now education's not important. Giselle and Ashley, we both saw y'all have failed businesses. We saw Ashley almost lose her marriage, have to sign an extended prenup. That man talking about he don't want your kids and talking about how he will close down his restaurant, which was your idea. And he did all of that. And you haven't done a thing. And you over here talking about that sounded strange. Giselle, every hue. Okay, I'm wonderful at God and Target. But then when it came to it falling apart, you don't want to be open and honest about that, which I know we don't always have to go there. But the fact that y'all were kicking and laughing with Mia, the woman who went ahead and started, quote unquote, a candle business to spite Wendy. Meanwhile, she had to get sent a cease and desist because she stole those candles from the French women's movement. It's talking about how Winnie's starting candles. I'm pretty sure I saw Winnie's candles, and it's all about her family, not something that she stole and had to get a cease and desist for.
I know that's right. That cease and desist about them candles was heavy.
Because it was disgusting. You take that from a French women's movement. That's disgusting. And you use that to get back at someone else over some petty stuff.
Right. Yeah. But it's just, I don't know. It was a lot tonight. It was a lot. But I'm going to say this. Y'all say what y'all want to say about Ashley and her divorce lies and everything else. And the fact that, she's always a little bit much. Ashley knows when to jump ship when the lie goes left. When the lie goes left, Ashley's out. Ashley knows one thing I would say. Ashley knows what it means to save herself.
Yeah.
If self-preservation was in the dictionary, Ashley's face is right there. It might only be a picture of her forehead, but she right there because the minute she saw that that the lie wasn't rolling right, she was like, "Yo, who said something about touching a booty? Because I didn't say that. Who said something about touching a booty? I didn't say it.
Shameful. And then like when Giselle came back over there, I could tell she was bothered because them ladies did not get up to follow y'all out there to rub Mia and pat Mia down and cool and coax Mia. Oh, poor Mia. She just antagonized you. She provoked you. It was her. She's so bad. No, baby, you threw a whole drink and tried to hit her with a purse and a phone.
Joe
And those
did.
zebra pants too. Oh my goodness.
Thank you. And the fact that they were really bothered
Right.
that lady, that those ladies were not going along with that. And I know they probably gonna have a fit with Ashley off camera. Talking about talking about basically how dare you say it was unnecessary. It was. Mia, y'all sent Mia in and Mia wasn't ready. Mia wasn't ready.
Cause I want to handle Mia for for Wendy after the drink in the face.
Yeah.
I want to handle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I had a question.
So I'm not the only one that got mad though.
Oh no, heck no.
Yeah.
Do y'all think that some of that anger that Mia had tonight was, I'm not excusing it or anything, I'm just saying, do you think part of it was just misdirected anger towards Jacqueline for upstaging her?
No.
No?
I don't think so. I didn't get that from her. What I got from Mia was, I'm irritated with you. I already let you come on the trip, basically probably paid for everything, then turn around and you didn't even bring your toiletries. You got to borrow this, you got to borrow that. You know what I'm saying? You already was in the house on camera saying stuff like, do I want to put the chef on my plate? Like Jacqueline was doing a lot before Mia started snapping. Because if y'all remember from last episode to this episode, Mia wasn't snapping at her in the beginning. Jacqueline was doing way too much. Now we gonna tell the truth. Right. Lel say Jacqueline is doing her best to try and stay on that show.
Where
But
is
you gotta
this?
remember, Mia wasn't supposed to come back this season. She only came back, or I mean, was it?
Yeah, this season, because she was saying she wasn't gonna come back. Cause I thought this show was gonna be classy. I never watched the show after she got caught in another interview saying that she was a big fan and she had watched every season. Oh, Lel say, can we talk about Ashley's Thriller music video, Extra Husband? Michael Dolly pulling up on camera. Well, y'all saw I posted it. Y'all better go to the community tab. He went to Candace's concert, child. Evelyn say, I can't imagine that they did tone the microaggressions down after they were called out the last 2 seasons. That's what I was saying, Evelyn. The fact that we called them out and they kept doing it, and then not only kept doing it, they turned it up. They turned it up.
I just feel like it's 2 different lines being crossed, and one of the major lines outside of colorism is just flat out bullying. And I feel like while Mia might not be intentionally like trying to be a colorist, but the fact of the matter is you're bullying somebody, and this is a clear classification of it. I just feel like Mia is being a mean girl. I feel like Mia was trying to show Jacqueline how it's done. Like, girl, I am at work right now. You're a +1. I'm at work. I'm employed on this show. And look, I got a job to do, and I'm about to do my job at dinner. And I think she was just showing Jacqueline, like, this is why I get a check. This is why I have a flute. You don't even have parts to play. You don't have an assignment. Like, I think she really just was trying to show Jacqueline that she has a job to do and that she's doing her job. And then I also just think that,
and like, you need to be quiet while I'm at work. Is that
yes,
what it was?
Secretary is giving very much secretary, very much. It was just giving very much secretary. Like, girl, you are here to watch me do what I do as a boss. Like, Mia is such a fraud. Like, and I'm not taking away. I like Mia. I like her scenes. I appreciate, because I'm a businesswoman myself. I appreciated seeing her at when she went to the clinic, watching her on her computer. I liked all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, like whoever says, somebody read her for filth. Wendy is a real boss. She actually has a real job that requires actual actions and networking, and she deserves each and every accolade. And while I'm not taking away from Mia's accomplishments, because I appreciate representation in any form, I'm just saying your check and your actual hard work is going to be a messy on Potomac. And that's why you got a little bit too heavy with that battery in your back at dinner, because you was trying to show Jacqueline that she is not who you are. And that's just my opinion. And she was being a bully. Yeah. She was being a bully. And Wendy did what she had to do. And that's that's how you check somebody like that in modern times. If somebody is treating you like that and you notice it, you just show them like, girl, not only am I on your level, but you can't get to me.
That's true too. But now let me ask y'all this. This is kind of an aside, but did in the moment, were y'all thinking that Giselle and Robin ran out there to comfort Mia because they knew they was the ones who put her up to do that and it backfired?
Absolutely.
Because that's what I was thinking. Like, oh, y'all had to run out there to try to comfort her because y'all put her up to do this mess and it didn't work out. Like, instead, she ended up being violent.
I think they all in cahoots.
Yep.
I think Mia, Giselle, and Robin, and Ashley too.
Yep, I agree.
I think so too, and I think Ashley would have been right along with them, except for the fact that Mia lost her cool and threw that drink and threw that purse and threw that phone.
Yeah.
And Ashley was like, "I'll be leaving the ship now. Where's my rescue vessel? Like, let me off. Throw me a life break."
Miss Seanitra, we can't forget that this is not the first time that Wendy has pulled a rabbit out the hat and was just Candace 2.0. Like, when I saw her read Giselle and Robin, I was really like on the floor, chin on the floor. So the fact that she did it again, I think they forget, like, they probably never even thought there was another Candace out there, because Candace is just special. Like, the way she speaks, what she says, and how it latches onto them is just special. So the fact that Wendy can do it too, they just don't know how to react to it. And I think she's just gonna keep doing it. She just keeps reading them. And
so last week Robin lost her cool.
Yeah.
Last week. Yeah. And she's talking about Cherie didn't have to hold me back. Cherie didn't have to hold me back. They showed the clip where Cherie was holding her back.
Yeah. Right.
They couldn't handle her, that's why.
Yeah, Bianca Edwards says absolutely. She was about to get them craters knocked off, and I was here for it. Man, the fact that Wendy kept hitting her back, like, that's when I knew Wendy was literally just randomly hitting buttons. Let me see which one gonna throw you off the edge. And she was hitting them. She was like, "You crater face."
And she got her. Yeah.
This crater faced heifer. And then here you go with Mia talking about, "You got one more time, girl. You crater face. You know you got them potholes and speed bumps on your face."
Okay.
He say, but Wendy didn't even really say much about Gordon. Mia is dragging it. Yes, but what it was like she got pissed because she failed her assignment.
Yep. In front of Jacqueline. Don't forget to add that part.
Yeah.
In front of Jacqueline and in front of, the people she trying so hard to be on the team. Like, and girl, Peter. They don't even want you as the mascot.
Yeah.
And Peter, because Peter probably knew that she was doing a little bit too much, and she failed at, she failed. Like, hey, you failed in front of Peter, you failed in front of Jacqueline. At this point, I don't even think she cared about Robin and Giselle's opinion. She had other people's opinions that she actually cared about, and she just failed in front of everybody. So I think Mia just need to go in the corner and cry, and that's it.
But I'm also really confused why everyone's saying that what you said about the husband is wrong. B, you're trying to demand something of me that's not about my relationship. And when I say you can do what you want with yours, because you literally have told us how your husband likes for you to pick the women and he likes white women, Now all of a sudden I'm talking about the husband. No, I'm saying you do whatever you want to do with your relationship. In my relationship, the only man I check on about my location is my husband.
Amen.
How is this wrong?
Nothing. It's just, dang it, I wasn't able to provoke her. I'm so mad. I flunked.
Yep.
Well, Mia needs to do her research because Wendy said he is the one that didn't get back with her, and we saw the text message.
That's right.
None of her business.
And it was none of their business.
So you just
saying this is business, but this is business. Okay, business has nothing to do with me going on a cash trip because Peter don't work for Bravo.
Yeah. Yeah. He would like to be one of the housewives.
I was waiting on Mia to tie it all together. This is business. This is business, honey. If it's business, why are you talking? Because you were not at the original business meeting. Nowhere you either one of the parties involved. So if it's business, why are you talking?
Disgusting.
Mm-hmm. You said Wendy watches the show. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad she watching the show. Okay. Say, child, Jacqueline behind was looking like a whole horse trainer while she was wrangling Mia. That was hilarious. I could have sworn I saw a leash on Mia's mouth. Lord, he is crazy. And can we talk about how in the hell you gonna mess around? And yes, he LEL, get in that reflection corner. How did you break your fingernails throwing a purse and some phones? If you could break your nails throwing purses and phones, ma'am, you can't fight
at all.
I'm just
saying,
you know what I'm saying, and not broken one nail and did damage. So I'm trying to understand. And yes, don't y'all judge me, but yeah, well, actually, you can judge me if you want to. I fight, okay? I'm grown and old now, so I try not to fight, but I still will if pushed. But I have never broken.
That's me too. That's me too.
We were raised that way. If they hit you once, you hit them back twice.
I don't know how, Wendy. I don't know. I couldn't even be on that show because after a certain amount of of you antagonizing me, I'm gonna have to not only tell you about yourself, but it's gonna go too far. It's gonna go too far. Like they are. She has a lot of patience, that woman, because I couldn't.
Yeah. And Miss Seanitra, you was talking about if she would have put her hands on Wendy. I feel like Wendy would have handled herself.
Oh, Wendy would have handled her. She sure enough would have handled that big heifer. But I'm saying is, I don't know. What I'm saying is, I don't know what y'all would have done, because y'all was literally still here an hour and a half later, still pissy. So if she had actually touched her, I don't know what y'all would have done.
Yeah.
See, and Andrew Mack, you get your butt in that reflection corner. When Wendy said she don't beef with Mia, Mia was already ready to fight her. Yes, she was. I didn't understand.
To be honest, when she first came on the show, I thought she was a trans.
I'm not fooling with y'all. Nacho Twins, thank you so much for the super chat. She said, baby, I can't wait to watch this episode. Baby, this episode is smoking. It is smoking. And Andrew Mack told the truth. When Wendy said, I don't beef with men, so he need to call my husband. That's low key. That's when Mia got mad talking about, so Wendy, don't do that, because that's my family. I was sitting there like, girl, is she calling you the man or Peter the man? Like, what's going on here? I'm so confused. Oh my God.
I need.
But it was funny. She started the whole thing. Got real mad. And you getting mad. That's what I didn't understand that. You ready to fight. You started the whole thing. Being messy. Getting in business that it had nothing to pertain to you.
Nothing.
Then beat her own self up too.
Baby whooped her own.
Yeah. Yes.
Listen, I've never seen that happen. When y'all get together, decide to gang up, dog pile on somebody, I'ma provoke you. Instead, I get provoked, try to start a fight, beat my own behind, and then now I don't know.
Yeah.
This is the most psychotic thing I've ever watched on reality TV. The divine Miss M say reunion will be interesting. Let's see how vocal State Farm will be when Juan's coaching troubles are brought up. Oh, I hope they don't bring that up. That wouldn't be nice. Thank you so much for the super chat. Nacho Twins mama say that was real transphobic of Wendy. I'm already in the corner. Yes, you are. And you stay in the corner. I even say, wait a minute, y'all need to call my husband. I don't beef with men. Ooh, baby, how cheap was those nails? Now listen, you know what? I can't believe I got to defend Mia, but in defense of Mia, y'all know some of these nail shops will put on a set of nails, and before you can get home, one of them will be done broke.
Not enough acrylic.
Yeah, sometimes it's not enough acrylic, and sometimes they actually will like stretch the monomer and stuff, and so it's not as strong. They're trying to stretch it. They'll add stuff in that's not the original product and try to stretch product, and sometimes that causes it. But y'all know some of these people will charge you top dollar for your set, and before you can get home, you got a nail broke. So I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt on the nail, but I just want to know how you broke it and had it bleeding and you needed a Band-Aid. You beat your own. Say Wendy from Africa, she probably grew up. You know what? That's not nice. That's not nice. That girl was raised in the States. Say, but she rich though, owes so much money. Right. She should have her a good solid nail tech like on speed dial, but I'ma still give her the benefit of the doubt. Even maybe she had to get like a substitute nail tech. Maybe her regular nail tech was out of town. Stuff happens, you know.
It's a substitute.
What up,
Substitute nail tech.
What's up? How y'all doing?
Good, girl. What you got?
Girl, when I tell you I'm so sick of Mia, I'm like, how you mess up your nails trying to throw a purse at somebody? Now you mad crying in the car?
Right.
You crying in the car because of something you did?
Baby, if this ain't the most plantation Missy Ann beats the slave I've ever seen, this is so ridiculous. It's like I went down to the slave quarters to beat her and she moved and I hit my head. So I want y'all to whoop her for me.
Child.
Like literally, that's what it sounded like to me when she called G and was like, he was like, well, what did the rest of the girls say? Everybody on my side except Karen. No, baby, revised that. Karen and Ashley. And what was real funny, Charrisse knew about it, but did y'all notice Rasputia did not get up from that darn table? Y'all tell me the truth. Did Rasputia
stayed real silent? And I'm shocked at Ashley because usually Ashley always be in some mess, but like you said earlier, she's been knowing when to jump off the train.
Self-preservation. I just want somebody to explain to me that Rasputia keep eating. Now that's what I want to know.
It's the breast implants. Them heavy breast implants. They too heavy.
Yeah, she looks tough. She do look tough. She look very tough.
She look uncomfortable.
And I ain't never seen no breast implants like that. Normally, when you get breast implants, they look nice. Them things look like grandma titties. They just sit there. It's just one big titty.
Right. All the things she could have done, she went and got those. Like, you need a refund, baby girl. That's not it.
Charrisse has titty loaf. It's just one long titty across her chest. There's no lift and separate. It's just one long titty. So I don't understand
one long titty.
But I just want to know that she keep eating. That's all I want to know. Because there was a lot going on at that table. Everybody was looking, watching, Karen dodging, talking about she got whiplash. Everybody trying to get out the way. Y'all say Jacqueline was wrangling horses. You had Wendy trying to defend herself and flipping her wet and wavy. Roberto Dixon over there screaming, trying to get in the conversation. Meanwhile, Charrisse ain't moved, and I believe that heifer was still eating.
No way.
She probably would. And can I ask y'all this? Okay, so this is my theory, right? So I'm like, okay, she says she got a large divorce settlement from Eddie, but it's like she's been so thirsty to get back on the show all these years. Do y'all think she's running out of money?
I think she might have got a decent settlement, but when you don't have another source of income, you have to spend money to live. She needs something to be bringing in money,
Right.
Yes, I said titty loaf. Lady got a titty loaf now.
Okay, this is what I heard. Is that Charrisse did something that fumbled her bag because it seemed like she did something with the kids' money for that house, that champagne, whatever, and it messed her out of her settlement because her and Eddie were together like when he wasn't having money. And I don't remember if they had a prenup or not. But I know they were saying like she messed up some money, and obviously people think that she had to spend $500,000 fighting to get the money as well.
I heard that after that whole champagne room fiasco. DT in the house. DT in the house. What you got?
Hi everyone.
Hey love.
How are we all doing?
I know God's anointed daughter. Hold on. I know, baby. I just had to say something because we have people who ain't family that watch, and I don't want them to think that we doing nothing like that. That's all. But I just had to clear that up. Go ahead, baby. What you got?
Well, before I start, I just wanted to say that how is Charrisse back home and she still looks like whale blubber?
Oh, child. I don't know, child.
Oh, child.
He ain't lying.
I mean, you had from when was the last season she was a full-time housewife again?
Oh God.
I think season 3, because I remember when she got in an argument with Candace. So I think season 3.
So you
I
had
know it
from
was a long
season
time
3,
ago.
exactly, and you had from season 3 to season now to give yourself a hot girl transformation, and you still look like whale blubber.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
And
See?
you know something else, DT, that bothers me? Because y'all know I'm in the big girls club. I'm the secretary.
Me too.
Okay?
Me too.
I'm
Queen.
the secretary. I'm a charter member. And so I feel like Rasputia missed a good opportunity to give us some thick girl realness on this show. She would literally be like the first plus size housewife. If she came correct, I would be like snapping it up for her every episode.
Me
But
too.
instead of her coming out and just giving it to him, she come on there like all of her body is just one thing. Like it's not breast, waist, hips. It's just
Like a beanbag.
it's worse than a beanbag. She shows up there every episode shaped up like an ice potato. It bothers me.
It's an ice potato.
It really does, because I agree, Seanitra. Because I'm just like, how do you rock up looking like a potato head?
I don't know.
Yeah.
And I
How do you
still
rock
don't
up looking like
understand. And I know for a fact she got enough money from Eddie to get a wig that actually fits. Because I think what's happening with her wig, y'all, she's trying to buy a wig that's like 2 sizes too small. And so she can't pull it all the way down. That's why it's bucking up in the top like that.
Well, that's what happens when you go to the mole rats and buy wigs from them.
That's true.
I mean,
But
you can't help but wonder.
But at the very least, if your wig is going to sit up like a motorcycle helmet, put your chin strap on. Because every scene, I'm holding my breath, waiting, hoping that thing don't slip off.
Or a lace front. Like you see Karen, one thing about Karen is she's going to be laid. Karen's wigs are laid. And at this point, I'm going to need Giselle and Charrisse to just go ahead and get a lace front, a closure. They have one.
Giselle had a lace front.
Like Wendy did.
Giselle had a lace front. Hold on, Giselle had a lace front. It was just not plucked. So it sits up there all thick. It looked like she got Japanese boxwood hedges on top of that wig. And then when it comes to Charrisse, a lace front don't help when the wig don't fit, sis. She need to spend more than $35 for her wig.
Yep.
She cannot go to the hood hair store and buy no wig that shake and go and slap it on. And Debbie Garcia say that's the wig from season 1, and I believe her.
I have to agree with you.
I don't believe Giselle ever had lace or closure. I don't believe it.
No, she had a lace on because that last wig that we had zoomed in on, it was a lace and it was down good. But the problem was it had not been plucked. We broke this down last episode. We was up here. Because we zoomed in, we saw it. The wig, it's a lace, and whoever put it on, they put it on, but like round the edges, it still be thick like a Shaolin monk. She need to pluck them things. I watched the kids do it. I saw what they do. They pluck and pluck and pluck, and it takes a long time.
Oh, I remember you did say that.
Yes,
it requires finesse.
I saw it.
It requires finesse, and if you think about it, Hagrid need people that can actually do it to a professional standard, and unfortunately Hagrid doesn't have the right type of glam squad that she can pull that off.
Right, that's true. But in her defense, look at her house. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. The coins ain't coins.
What you say?
Throwing away money.
Sorry, I was going to say a paper mache house. This is what happens when you go buy 2 balloons and then you blow them up and then you try and paper mache the entire house and put all the glitters and all the glue guns and everything else in between, and then exploding it thinking it will look somewhat decent of a house, and then instead it just looks like a man-made pinata.
It looked like Can't You, Don't You?
Did they show it, the finished product? I haven't seen it on the show.
When did she finish the product?
I
don't think she finished it.
We don't know.
I don't think she finished nothing. Because remember the
Is she
first
trying to be the next
it was like
Perot?
if it wasn't the first episode, y'all, it was like it had to be episode number 2. And so when she got there, hold on, see, Shanika crazy. So that's why she didn't want to do hookah because she knew that wig was flammable. Facts. But this is the thing. She showed that house. She showed like what was it, like a walkway or something she did, or the driveway. Like she's still fixing on that house. I think every season she's gonna fix something on that house.
Mm-hmm.
If you can, if not, wait. Well, get what you can, and I'll get the water if you can't get it. I'm sorry, y'all. I just had them deliver groceries this time of night. Y'all know I'm a mess. But hold on. What this crazy child say? Charrisse got a Lego wig. That joint click on her head like a seatbelt. At all. No.
He's got a paper wig. You can actually use paper to staple on. You know, you get a stapler and you staple the wig onto Charrisse's head.
Yes.
DT, are you saying she's wearing an origami wig?
Yes, I am wearing the same. She is wearing an origami.
You are a menace.
I think I'm safe for not even combing my hair. Y'all rough tonight. Y'all are rough.
And as for
but if
and as for Robin, the Scissor Sisters, yeah, I was going to talk about the Scissor Sisters.
Well, go and tell us about them sisters, honey.
The Scissor Sisters, yes, because you know they would be scissors cutting in their bedroom, you know, late at night. Don't say I don't warn you.
Yes, scrapbooking. So let's call it scrapbooking. They be scrapbooking. Yeah.
Yes, scrapbooking. Robin,
I believe it.
I don't know about Robin, but Robin really gives me soap scum in a bathtub.
Yep.
You know,
Yes.
you know when you've had too many people inside the bathtub and you see that there's like the water level, and you just see the soap scum accumulating on that water level. Yeah, that's Robin.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Who called this woman soap scum?
I did. Yes, I did.
Oh God. God today. I can't even argue with it. I have no defense for Robin. I ain't got no defense.
Sorry. And then her girlfriend, Giselle, Hagrid Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, sometimes I kind of wish that if she just did her fashion right, we could at least give her something positive to say. You know what, Giselle? You did great. But no, we have to constantly look at her and look at a pumpkin, a rotten pumpkin, a dead pumpkin, a pumpkin that withered away in the backyard while everybody else, a jack-o'-lantern. Speaking of which, that's what I'm going to call Dracula.
There you go.
I'm going to call it jack-o'-lantern, Jack in the Box, Captain Jack Sparrow.
Let me quit playing with y'all.
And her kids tell her too. Like I from time to time go back and watch episodes, and her kids really like. One time she was like yawning. Her daughter had to tell her to cover her mouth. Then you had the whole foot towel thing that was disgusting. Just so many different things that I just feel like really, Giselle, like for you to be such a mean girl, you are just really like disgusting, like in the way that you carry yourself. So it's like your kids supposed to be raising your children with these like values and stuff, and they're telling you. So that's the real tea about Giselle's storyline. Your kids have to constantly tell you how to have etiquette. So I just think it's ironic. And while we're on the topic, when Robin went to the lawyer, her feet were definitely ashy. I don't know if y'all saw it. You know, she thought she had on her best outfit that day with the slingbacks, and when she stepped out that car, that ankle was white as snow. I don't know if y'all saw it. It was just ashy.
Agreed. I agree. And I'm just to add in regards to the towel comment. you know, the thing is with the Scissor Sisters is they can't tell the difference between a towel and a leaf with Dookie on it. So what they're doing is they're showing their real selves, because the Scissor Sisters, you know, they always love sharing everything, sharing towels, sharing private parts, sharing nails, sharing everything, and it's part and parcel of their spirit and of their motto. We
Real quick,
share and
y'all.
we share.
Legenda Jackson, thank you so much for the super sticker, sis. Go ahead, DT.
But yeah, that's what I just wanted to say. And as for Mrs. Engelberg Humperdinck, aka Mia Manhands, aka Edward James Olmos, aka the man himself, I think she deserves everything that is coming to her after this season, because after the way she handled all of that, and especially throwing that drink, I was just like, I am so glad we are now finally seeing who you really are, Mia. I mean, if the fact that she's got manlier hands than my hands on isn't obvious enough. But let me just say, I'm very proud of Auntie Wendy. Auntie Wendy really gathered her and threw her all the way to planet Jupiter. Maybe when she's on when Mia's on the planet Jupiter, she'll finally figure out what her purpose in life is, other than opening her legs as wide as the Great Wall of China to other married men.
Do you guys think? What do you guys think Candace is like? How do you think she's gonna like feed into the next episode? That's what I want to know. I wonder if she's. I don't know.
At that time, I was wishing that Candace was there, because I think Candace would have helped Wendy.
I have to agree with you. I wish Candace was there.
I don't know how she's going to feed into it, because she wasn't there, and well, I mean, so I'm trying to figure out like how strong a point she's going to have. But I think she's going to have an issue though once she hears that Mia did start something and that they've changed their tune.
Oh.
Because I think if it was like Julian the same, I think she would have not said anything. Because the way that I didn't like how Ashley was in there with the Monique and Canty, and yet you all up in the courts for it. So I think she would have sat back, but I think it's going to be an issue when the women who were so like, not against it. Because I think with Candace and Wendy, they're like, it's no holds bar. Whoever is doing it, they're not for it in general, obviously. But for y'all women to sit there and really, have to stand, y'all are the ones who had the meeting, all that kind of stuff, and now you're going to be like, it's okay, Mia, and coddling her. I think that would mostly maybe be the crux of the issue.
Now let me ask you this though, since you're looking at it from that point of view, do you think that Candace is gonna throw a hissy fit because Karen is saying that, well, actually Karen said that Monique was in the wrong too, so I don't know, but she still might try to make an issue and be like, oh, Karen, you're standing up and saying that this is wrong.
I don't know how much she's going to do it, in the sense that I know that Karen has already come out and said like they've been working on their relationship, so I don't really think she's going to go in that heavy, because I think you can at least still respect her having the same stance. But
yeah,
you can't respect.
She did have the same stance. She did. And I honestly, if I'm gonna be real, I think Karen is gonna stay true to form. Like, I'm cool with you. What you did was not cool. Just like she told Giselle, I'm a friend to everybody, even your raggedy behind. When she called that heifer raggedy, I could have died.
But how do you stay neutral? Neutral when somebody is like blatantly being attacked like that? Like Wendy literally didn't do anything like at all. So I actually personally like took a point away from Karen for this, because I feel like to sit back and it's one thing to be neutral, but you can see the bullying is clear as day. So I didn't really appreciate that. I felt like that might have been the one time where she did step in a little bit. You know what I mean? Like it's not right.
Well, she did say that it was unnecessary and it was wrong and they didn't like it. So what really would we expect? A seasoned lady. She's 59 years old. She's glamorous. She's gorgeous, but she is 59. Make no mistakes about it. So when you are 60 Eve, what else do we expect this lady to do? I know none of us should have expected her to disgrace herself and start screaming, hollering, and hooting and acting like Roberto Dixon, or trying to wrangle Mia. God forbid that big old burly thing had shoved Karen or something, or she got, you know what I'm saying? Like what really more could we have expected Karen to do, if we're gonna be honest?
But
I
did
also
she
feel like,
go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, yeah, I also feel like she might have the attitude that, you know, you all are big girls, you can kind of fight your own battles while I mind my own business here.
Yeah, but I still say she did make it clear that that was wrong. That was not okay. I didn't like it. So once she's made it clear and she drew that line in the sand that was not okay, I didn't like it. We didn't see her get up and run out there. We didn't see her get up and run out there to try to pet Mia. She didn't do any of that. She clearly stated that was wrong. So
if I may,
I understand why.
DT and then
Sorry, everybody. If I may, in defense of Auntie Karen, I have family members who have the same exact personality in regards to Auntie Karen, and I think it's one of the bigger reasons why I love her. She's not going to pick a side. What she's going to do is she's going to be like, look, you did wrong, and you did wrong too. But it's done in a way where, you know, it's a motherly type of thing. I don't know if that's making sense on my behalf.
Yes,
but
it is.
It's like, you know, she's not going to run after people who clearly were in the wrong, because at the end of the day, people think, oh, you know, she needs to take a side. But with Auntie Karen, it's like, no, I'm not going to pick a side. Just like a mother tends to her child, corrects the child in private, but still defends the child in public, I'm going to publicly tell you when you did wrong.
Right. And the thing is, with her, I don't know, because I'm kind of the same way. Right is right, wrong is wrong. And that's the way I saw Karen's stance on that, which was simple. Right is right, wrong is wrong. If you do something wrong, it's wrong. It doesn't mean that I don't like you. You just wrong. And y'all know I'm like that on this porch. I don't care if it's somebody I can't stand. If you're doing something to them, I'm going to point it out. If you're lying on them, I'm going to point it out. If I love you to pieces and you did something trifling, look, that was wrong. That was trifling. Like, we have to just, I feel like we should normalize doing that anyway. I felt like that's really what Karen did. And I think that's why Giselle was over there, you know, stressing out her rings. Like, oh, pick a side. It's not about picking a side. Right is right, wrong is wrong.
I think, because no, I don't want to go off for Karen like that, but if I at least can see her like following that generally, I can respect her stance. I don't feel like all the time, but I can respect it. I do think it's absurd that they tried to go after her for not de-escalating it when, like, Robin was sitting there recording it and then telling Wendy, stop talking and fight. And I'm just like, what? And then you go off and they're all like they did it at the table, they did it in the car, and they did it at the house. Like, at least 3 or 4 conversations were had about how Karen didn't de-escalate. I think that part to me is really ridiculous. You can quibble on, like, if you're a friend to everyone, because I don't really believe in that notion, or, like, you know, picking a side, or, like, you know, being truly neutral versus, like, you're upfront neutral, but really we can tell your motives. But, like, expecting me to get a 59, like, not even 59, expecting me to get physically involved if I'm not that kind of person is ridiculous, especially when you're sitting there recording it, telling someone to fight.
I agree.
I might be going backwards, but Mia got mad at Wendy for talking about her husband, but she threw the drink in her face first.
Right. Yeah.
And Wendy said, me and my husband don't roll like that. Well, she said, me and my husband don't roll like that. Then she threw the drink in her face. And then she started talking about her husband.
It's already out. It's on the wires.
But she was already mad.
Well,
So
she came to that table looking for it.
I think she's envy of Wendy.
She's envious, but I'm telling y'all, there's a deeper thing going on here. Giselle and Roberto Dixon put her up to a hit job, and she
did, and she did. She didn't. It didn't come out the way they wanted to come. Because Robin was trying to. She was trying it.
Robin was trying her hardest to amp it up back there screaming.
She was.
Oh, she's antagonized, and she's like, girl, bye.
Well, you shouldn't have said nothing. No, girl just threw a drink in my face.
All right. So basically, you can throw a drink in my face. You can try to hit me with your purse and your phone, and I'm wrong for talking. You can get violent, but I can't even talk.
Yeah. They don't work like that.
Nope.
It don't work like, and she called her ghetto. And Wendy is far from ghetto.
That's the thing.
To me, Mia is more ghetto than anybody. She's the most ghetto on there.
She's the only person on that show that was in a group home, worked at a strip club.
Yes.
And your mama was a crackhead, and your daddy died in prison. Ain't nobody else got them stats. Nobody.
Yes. Yes.
And you let your best friend flirt with your husband.
Yes. And you was on TV bragging about you was screwing him while he was still married, and you did everything but pee-pop on a handstand while people was watching.
Yeah.
And somebody on the panel said that they think that Mia really loves her husband. She don't love that man.
I think so.
I don't think she do. I mean, because she wouldn't have anything without him. So it's money.
That's a type of love.
The love of money.
Well, maybe she was doing that because Jacqueline was in the room, and that was one of my theories. Like, I really feel like she really sincerely knows that her friend needs a man. She's a little too close and comfortable with her relationship, and she uses that relationship that her friend doesn't have to dig at her. And so maybe that whole conversation was just her being fully invested just because Jacqueline was in earshot, because that whole entire scene was very telling, and it was super cringe. It was. And the fact that it happened right after Jacqueline did the whole chef thing, and Mia was like, girl, I am celebrating my 10-year anniversary. And then all of a sudden, you on the phone, like booed up with your husband, and you see your friend is right there folding clothes. That was just super weird. Like, stuff like that, I noticed. So, I don't know.
That's why I said the two of them give me frenemy.
Mm-hmm.
They give me frenemy. Because it's like, oh, you being nasty? Well, watch this. Because this is my husband. Right. And you and your baby daddy is just you and your baby daddy.
Was Jacqueline the one she stayed with?
Yeah.
When she was going up? She said she stayed
with them for a while. She didn't just live with them. But she was in a group home. Then she stayed with them for a while. Then she claimed she got adopted and was staying in Miami for a while. And you know what I'm saying? So she was bounced around.
She did tell the girls that if we didn't grow up together, we wouldn't get along.
Oh, honey, that ain't all she said. She said, let me get my notes because I'm gonna tell you exactly what she said. Y'all know I like to give it chapter and verse. She said, okay. She said, Mia is a lot. She said, we close because we was friends since we was 15. If we met as adults, would we be friends? She said she likes to be bossy over me. She said I'm like her only friend that don't take her mess. That's what she said.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't write it down. But yeah, that's everything she said.
Listen, Tasha Jones say she got to correct us. She said To stop insulting the ghetto by mentioning Mia's name. That creature is a different breed of gutter rat. Well, now.
Oh.
I stand
Well,
corrected, Sister Jones.
Yeah. Me too.
Tasha just clicked us tonight. Thank you very much, Miguel.
Yeah.
Yep. Listen, I don't have a problem admitting when I've been corrected. All right. DT, you got to go, baby?
Yes, I gotta go. Gotta have a class, but I just wanted to say thank you all for the wonderful thoughts that you've contributed tonight, and you all have a lovely week. And before I go, Eddie just posted on Twitter the definition of antagonizing, so I'm gonna need wide bathtub looking Robin to come and go look on dictionary.com, look on Eddie's Twitter. And on that note, thank you all very much, and we'll see you all next week.
Coming up. We love you, DT.
Love you all.
Bye, DT.
Bye. Bye. So yeah, well, there's that. And Sister Jones said that she's a gutter rat, and we all stand corrected.
We are.
I think somebody's gonna get removed from the cast. I just don't know who's gonna be.
You think somebody gonna get what now?
I think someone is gonna get removed from the cast. It's too much. Like, this is not like Beverly Hills, where it kind of like works because you only have 3 people to really pay attention to, and the other people are just so not participating that you need them there. I think with Potomac is like too much.
It's a lot.
I've been trying, but she don't need to be on there. She don't have anything without Giselle.
That's true. And this season right here, she played herself. It's like she tried to be relevant by attacking Wendy, and it has failed.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like she could have tried it with anybody but Wendy.
Yep.
Yeah, and security was hyping Wendy like, baby, you got way too much going for you to be going back and forth with these helpers.
Wait, and he proved my point. I said, Bravo wants a Wendy type. Potomac is supposed to be Jack and Jill, aka Deltas, Omegas, that is what Potomac is supposed to be. It is crazy how people let them go on the show and oh my God, Wendy can't see. I'm like, these women are really have full lives and are still offering themselves up to us on this show. And instead of us being able to watch it sincerely, we see these other women trying to pick petty and dumb fights over absolutely nothing but this unmitigated, just hatred or just this disturbed spirit inside of them.
They almost have to pick fights because they can't measure up.
Right. Agreed.
What else do you do when you can't measure up? Look,
I know. Just sad.
Case in point. Look at Miss Kenya Pores over on RHOP. What did she do with Kim Fields? When she couldn't measure up, what did she do? She kept picking fights.
Yeah, I enjoyed Kenya, but that was out of line. But
I will say this much though, and we gonna give Kenya her credit. When Kenya tries to pick a fight and it falls flat, she just gets loud and belligerent and sounds like a little kid. She has never thrown drinks and purses and cell phones.
No.
You know what I'm saying? When her antics fail, she just abandons ship and acts like an idiot because she knows her fan base is gonna hype her up oh, she ate, when literally she did nothing. Robin should have called Kenya before she tried this.
Right.
Now that's what I'm gonna say, because Kenya is the queen of picking a fight when she don't measure up. But she has never, ever, ever fell flat and then shot herself in the foot. She's never done it. Yes, and Rings did fail last season with Wendy too.
They both did. I guess it's just sad to say, because I'm just because you obviously, I always say there is colorism on this show. That doesn't mean you cannot not like someone, but I still can respect, maybe you don't enjoy Candace's music, but I think it's still really cool for us to be able to watch it and her being in her mid-30s and her being able to do her dream, and also still going back to school for her MBA and being and being on the show. Wendy, I didn't like that we didn't really get to show her writing her book, and she's doing the candle thing, and I think they could have done better storytelling of her trying to figure herself out after having her last child and like figuring out, look, I need to do something else for me that's not tied intrinsically to my my family and the cultural pressure that's on that, because I can understand that from my perspective. But instead, I'm like, I'm watching this woman, just as they said, paper mache house. It's one, I even think that's a fail, because my thing is, Black home ownership is so low. I feel like it would have been wonderful, even though the house is terrible, for us to see Giselle buy this home and then actually walk us through the process of, you know, picking contractors and all that kind of stuff. Instead, we just see this this monstrosity be slapped up and little Lego pieces being attached every season, and like there's no plan, no understanding of anything. And Robin, like this hat thing, I feel like they always talk about Wendy, but I feel like this hat thing also just came out of nowhere. I would love for her to talk about it more and like what piqued her interest on it. But instead, it's just like those things don't really hold a lot of weight, I guess, compared to what the other women are doing. And so you do what we're watching them do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy though. It's really crazy, yeah, because Giselle really could have made a storyline out of her house. Again, not to keep referring to Atlanta, but Charrisse took forever to finish her house, but Charrisse's house is splendid.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful.
Splendid. That, listen, 3-4 liens and, you know, lawsuits later. That house is freaking splendid.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Yeah, Thelma got her out of the woods with it, and now that house is wonderful.
I watched that too, Stylish Lux.
Well, Giselle is just, I feel like, where's the opulence? Like, literally, I don't even know, besides Mia and Karen, who actually lives in Potomac? That's my first question. Number two, Giselle's fashion, from her fashions to her home, is like, you're not even for even to keep your job, you're not even like doing the bare minimum to even, when they went to dinner last season on the water and she wore that sweatsuit, that was it for me. How do you wear a sweatsuit to on the water? A sweatsuit? Like, you don't deserve your job. Just you just like, you like, literally, like, entertainment aside, like the ambiance of the show is dwindling by the second because she's not being held accountable to how her home is and the way that she dresses. You know, at least Robin has a home. So if it comes down to the two of them, I think they're gonna get rid of Giselle. That's just my opinion. Because she's not. She
has no styles.
She doesn't, but I'm going to tell you, Giselle has made herself a staple at Bravo with her foolishness and by being production's pet. If you ask me, I feel like they're never going to get rid of Giselle.
I think
she's the poster child for Potomac at this point.
Or a demotion or demoted. I think they will demote her to a friend of. And then the mess. Like, can we talk about the mess? Like, eventually she's going to be held accountable. Like, eventually she is going too far. So the fact that she's not only is she tacky, she doesn't look good. Let's just be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And she's messy. One of the three is good. They're going.
One of the three.
I think one of the three is going to be her demise. I really do.
I think the Chris line, I think it's pushing it, because the fact that we watched them set this table and now she's like, who said that Chris grabbed my friend's butt? And they all like, yeah, I heard the butt. I heard like how that just spread like wildfire. Mm-hmm. And Giselle's just like, yeah, I heard it though. I heard it. And she's like, I just said which she didn't really say. She didn't really say what he did. She just kind of mimicked him. I didn't even know that she was saying he leaned into her. So that was confusion. But I most definitely didn't hear anyone say he propositioned her. I most definitely didn't hear them say he touched her. And for Giselle to run with that, and I do think it is a precarious situation, because I think for Potomac, they do see Giselle, Karen, and Candace as like because even like all of them were surprised that Candace was picked for, what was it? Was it the third season of Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip? I think they are putting stock in her because her ability to, like, you know, go mainstream at some proportion. So I think that Giselle might be pushing it with this.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. And I think she won over Andy last season too, with the way he was supporting her at the end at the reunion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I don't know. Honestly though, if I'm gonna be real, I think Tutu has a point. Said if viewership goes down due to a lack of accountability, then they might demote her. But I think it's gonna take an act of God to demote or move that heifer. Because she's been their pet for too long. She plays their game. She does whatever they tell her to do. It'll
They
be
can move forward without Giselle. I wholeheartedly believe. Honestly, I can imagine a world without Giselle on Potomac, and I think the show will move along just fine.
oh, the show will move along wonderful without that hooker. I'm saying that them clear people in the boardrooms ain't gonna get rid of her.
She don't
You know
bring
what I'm
nothing but mess.
Yeah, they
She
like
don't
mess,
bring
and
nothing
she
but
is
mess.
mess.
Yeah.
But it's not giving anymore. It's oversaturated. Like it's not giving joyful mess anymore. It's giving you're doing too much mess. And then you got Mia ruining it. Like she's just making it so obvious. Like it's the concoction is just like not it's oversaturated. I feel like when it's time to start pointing fingers, I wholeheartedly believe everybody's gonna point the finger right back at Giselle. And I think that she's gonna be held accountable. I really do.
I believe that there's going to be some level of accountability, and everything you're saying is absolutely right. Like you real live preaching to the choir. I'm just saying that Bravo is notorious for making bad decisions, especially when it comes to the Black Housewives show, i.e. Atlanta. They got rid of everybody with a personality, left the driest crew possible.
Because it was boring.
Bringing in more dry people, keeping
Yeah.
people on there that should have been gone because they expired seasons ago. And look at them now. I feel like eventually would Giselle end up being, like Nene said, that eventually Kenya would be the detriment of RHOA, and we see it. Do I think that she long term could end up being a detriment to the show? Absolutely. But do I think that them clear folks see it? I don't think they do. They have shown us that they are notoriously short-sighted.
I think
believe them.
I think so too, and also like the audience for Potomac also there's a lot of white viewers, and they very much so align with the people who look the closest to them in this group. Which is why I was listening to a podcast and I couldn't remember how it was going until I rewatched it, and they're just like, the thing about it also is that what Ashley and then like Giselle and Robin do is like it's even more dangerous is because they know that a good portion of their audience is white. Like I was watching a YouTuber and she said a lot, like majority of the goers for BravoCon, other than like obviously there were more white people in there in general, but for the Potomac panel, nothing but white women. And she's like, it's very dangerous because they send out dog whistles and these white women and white gay people align with them and then spew out their rhetoric again. Which is why, when they were trying to act like they didn't understand what Yo Mama is, but yet Giselle and Rob would be the first people yelling about how black they are, but didn't understand what Yo Mama is. And then turn around, you see Twitter and all this kind of stuff, all these white moms, oh my God, I can't believe Candace said Yo Mama. I'm like, we grew up and there was a whole show called Yo Mama.
Yeah,
right.
But it was very purposeful because of who the audience for Potomac is.
Mm-hmm.
That was a comeback when we was in school, when they said something, Your Mama.
I think Candace said
it best. I
think Candace said it best when she said it was a throwaway. Because literally, when you just say your mama, like you're literally letting that person off the hook. I didn't go in on you. I just said your mama and threw it to the wind.
Yeah.
Because I'm scrolling through Twitter now and I see a whole bunch of white women talking about how Wendy is so ferocious and oh my God, and tagging tagging CNN and MSCBN and Fox everywhere that Wendy works, because Wendy even said on a college podcast that she's gotten to a position where she gets to pick where she gets to talk. And I'm like, Wendy like talks and she like her sections also get broadcast in the UK. Like she is doing her thing if you're in that world. And there are women up on Twitter tagging all of her workplaces. John Hopkins talking about how aggressive she is and crazy. Like,
yep, that's because that's what they wanted to do to her. That was their plan, and it really failed.
Giselle gotta go. I'm so sorry.
And that's not like Giselle's not ignorant. Giselle has literally said that Potomac is so successful because the world has never seen light-skinned, light-eyed, educated Black women.
Mm-hmm. She's not the educated.
She got
about
yeah, she has an education.
She got an undergrad. She got She got her bachelor's. And for her to be a Black woman educated at a HBCU, I have some opinions.
You don't act like it.
But she actually does, though.
She does.
As someone who attended an HBCU, she
Mhm.
absolutely does act like it.
I wasn't gonna go there. I just said I had some opinions.
I mean, I'm not gonna say too much because I'm never gonna have too much negative to say about any HBCU because I rep HBCUs. I believe in it. I sent my child to one.
Yep.
But she absolutely does display a certain subset of our culture that attends HBCUs. I think that her HBCU experience is what fueled part of her destructive attitude.
And her and Wendy are sorors, so I just don't understand. Like, make it make sense. I understand, like beyond a certain bubble, that isn't everything. But where is your compassion? Where is the bigger picture, Giselle? Where is it?
But hold on, sis. What part you don't understand? Just because they're sorors, what does that mean?
But I would think that Giselle would at least keep in her pocket to like, uplift us educated Black women. And even if you're,
but that's not how that works. Like I don't know if you're D9, but I am. And that's not how that works.
Think she's better than dark skin.
Right, she thinks she's better, and there's a certain attitude that is pervasive. That at times you may see someone who may indeed be your soror, and you may look at that person and say, "How the hell did she cross?" Because I know I looked at Giselle and thought that.
Wow.
Yeah, because even last season when they were doing the whole Wendy Eddie situation, and on the after show, Wendy was talking about like you could have called me, whatever. And I forgot what was like. Someone said like, oh, Wendy looked at Giselle like a big sis because they are in the same sorority.
Mhm.
And Giselle had the nerve to say, I don't know why she would say that. And Robin, the one who's in another sorority, said, yeah, I can see that because they're from the same sorority.
What sorority is Robin in?
She's a Delta.
Can't you tell? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
So to me, it was the whole point of like the first season that when it was on, they did bond over being from the same sorority. Mm-hmm. Literally, Andy asked Giselle a question: were you nicer to, or like, were you more open to Wendy because you're from the same sorority? Literally, that was like a little point, to the point where it was brought up on the reunion. And then season 6, when she wants to do her dirt, all of a sudden she don't know why Wendy's surprised by why she pulled. And then her friend Robin's like, yeah, I can see why, because they're soror sisters.
Wow.
Yeah.
My head.
But let me just say for the record, that's bull. And they know it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm
why do you think that? Oh man. See,
it's not about what I think, it's about what I know, what I've lived.
Okay.
So that's some bull.
Mm.
But I just feel like I just think that Giselle should still have like some level of compassion to a successful Black woman, period. Like, that's what I stand as. I'm not a dean or anything, but I did graduate from an HBCU, and just the culture and the pride of, crossing a milestone such as that, you would think that she would not try to put her in a position where even already they're tagging her job. Never mind the rumors about her husband. Never mind her getting a drink thrown on her in public. But
have you seen Giselle before? Like, why would you think Giselle would have any type of camaraderie or decency toward her for that? When Giselle has shown us consistently that she more than anything is very envious toward other people who are more accomplished than her. Wendy is the actual epitome of what Giselle would be envious and hateful toward. So why would you think she would be kind to her?
Wow. I don't know. I guess I'm just looking through my own 2 eyes, but I don't know. That's what Giselle. Ooh, she gotta go.
See, you look at it through that lens because you're not a hateful person.
Mm-hmm.
Giselle's a hateful person.
I don't understand how she can act like that. And her daughters are not light skinned. They're not dark skinned, but they're not. I mean, so what if somebody or their peers treat them how she treats other dark skinned women?
Well, we talked about that numerous times. We don't know how overall her colorism and hatefulness is going to affect her babies. But just like, clear women who marry Black people and have biracial children can be extremely racist. just because you have babies with a dark man and have darker children, it's not going to stop you from being colorist if that's who you are at your core.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes we just have to face things for what they are. That's just what it is.
And to add on that, she's bitter with everything that happened with Jamal, so she's not really gonna respect the sanctity of marriage for other couples either who are doing well.
That's right. I think she's bitter about her whole life.
I think so too.
Yes.
I can see that.
Because what was it?
I think she's very bitter. I think seeing people like Wendy and Monique for sure was like a spur or like a rock in her horseshoe, because like, dang, that should have been me. I should have had that. I should have been entitled to the life that these women have based solely on my complexion. Mm-hmm. And she wasn't able to measure up. Like I said, when people can't measure up, they attack.
Yes.
And Giselle simply cannot measure up. See, this is where, if I can borrow from Ashley, this is where the pendulum swinging the other way is ugly. That's one of the ugliest sides of colorism, is that sometimes the lighter folks on the spectrum can be fed a false narrative and given a false sense of privilege. And then when it doesn't pan out that way, then you got disappointment. And sometimes, you know, this is what it looks like. Mm-hmm. Aside from the fact that sometimes, you know, like we talked about before, ladies who are lighter can get backlash from sisters who are darker because they've had such a negative experience, you know, in their experience with colorism, that now they view everybody with a lighter shade of brown as a potential problem. And this is why we do need to talk about it. It does need to be handled. We do need to put a stop to it, because it's not just darker sisters that get hurt by it. It's lighter sisters that get hurt by it. And it actually fractures Black women, especially in this country, because I can't speak on any other country. And it fractures Black women away from each other. It creates a schism when really we need each other. We can't afford to be against or at each other's throats, because everybody's against us if we really gonna tell the truth.
And that's what I don't understand about Giselle. How do you not have that whole entire sentiment that you just said in the back of your mind? How does that just
because education does not equal intelligence. That is not an intelligent woman. Can't you tell? Now let's talk about it. A bachelor's degree is very simple to get, and a lot of people got them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. I know girls from the actual hood that got 3 of them.
What is it?
They say 3 of them.
3 of them. I can name one of them right now. She got 3 degrees, 1 associate's, 2 bachelors from the actual hood, and she can barely put together a sentence. So, and education does not equal intelligence. Giselle is very unintelligent. She's very ignorant, very much house Negro mammy type. So I'm not surprised at her behavior. I'm surprised that anybody is surprised at her behavior. How are we surprised at her?
The immersion in the culture of HBCU should have put something in her to feel that connection and pride towards other Black people. I don't understand how you can be fully immersed in the HBCU. Just going to one and seeing how the culture of Black America is just all in there 24/7, and to not feel like attached to it in a way where you don't want to go too far where you can ruin someone's career. That is
what you have to look at, sis. Okay, so now let's look at it like this. You can have 2 children in the same home, same mama, same daddy, and they can experience the exact same things. And both of those kids are going to take those experiences to 2 different places.
Mm-hmm, that's true.
I experienced it with my sister. We had same mama, same daddy, went to the same church, slept in the same beds, bathed in the same tubs. She ended up chasing men, using drugs, and ruining her life. We went in 2 different directions. We took the exact same home life and experiences to a different place. You and I went to HBCUs, and we saw it from a different standpoint. So we connected to it in a different way, and we took something else away from it. Her going to an HBCU, it doesn't mean that she took away from it what you or I took away from that experience. When she went there, what she took away from it was I'm top notch. I'm Queen Bee. I'm special. I'm the cock of the walk because I'm fluorescent beige and look at me and kiss my butt. So you have to always look at the individual. Everybody is not going to have that experience and walk away the same. Like you can have one person that walks away from a car crash and they change their whole life and they find God and they get saved and they don't use drugs or curse or do nothing else no more. Somebody else will get in a car crash, walk away, take nothing from it, and go right back to speeding and drinking and driving. Like one person's experience is not going to be the same as the next.
I understand.
You have to judge that person individually, and on an individual basis, Giselle has shown us that she's notoriously ignorant, colorist, hateful, envious, and nasty, and she lies like a cheap rug.
Ooh, I hope Black Twitter I hope they just come somebody somewhere drops this little topic and they drag her for filth. That's what I hope happens.
Mm-hmm.
I hope Black Twitter drag her because this is too much.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's gonna get her comeuppance next season because I kind of sense since last season, like even Robin's slowly trying to pull away from her. I don't know if anyone else picked that. But
say that again.
I feel like she's gonna get. Sorry.
Oh, I don't feel like she has because a couple of times Giselle threw Robin under the bus and she's still following her. She's still letting
but I was trying to hear what
Giselle
was saying. Say that one more time because no, I'm gonna get yours too, but I wanted to hear what she was saying specifically.
Yeah, I was saying that I think Giselle is gonna get her comeuppance next season. Like I think Mia's gonna be the next person to go, and then they'll probably try to get Giselle out because she seems to be the most toxic one out of the group. And I've kind of been noticing since last season that Robin has been slowly pulling away from her and trying to connect with other people. And I think that's also part of the reason why she wanted Charrisse back this season, so she can kind of latch onto her and get away from that green-eyed bandit colorism like label that's associated with Giselle.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then I think also like that rah-rah energy she has towards Wendy, I think is partially like she was hurt because she was actually trying to build a real friendship with Wendy last season. They don't show it or talk about it enough, but she really was trying to build a friendship with Wendy.
Who was?
Robin.
Okay.
No, I'm telling you, she talked about it during her interview with Carlos King on his podcast, and I kind of saw it like they said that her kids and Wendy's kids were the only time that she did a play date with anyone on the cast, right? And then you could see she was starting to connect with her, but then when Robin piped up and jumped in trying to defend Giselle, she just caught stray bullets and then just couldn't handle it. So now she's like, oh crap, okay, well, let me just stick with Giselle then. And then now she's brought Charrisse back, so maybe she's gonna try to lean more towards Charrisse.
I don't feel like that. I feel like Wendy might have been dumb enough to think that Robert Dixon was trying to build a relationship, but Robert was clearly out to get Wendy last season. She was 100% down with that crap Giselle was doing, and she was gonna still try to play along with it when she jumped in to try to defend Giselle and got drugged until the skin left her kneecaps.
Well,
Robert is full of crap. And we saw it this season with her. Oh, Candace, I'm on your side, and then sat up there and with Giselle and them and talked about the girl like she was doing something wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Robert is nobody's friend but Giselle's, and barely hers.
Yeah, but she'll throw her under the bus in a minute. So I don't get that.
She will.
She'll do it in a minute. But who I really want her to be friends with is a bar of soap. I want her to be friends with that because I'm still mad that she was not more upset about that one washcloth.
Yeah, no.
I needed her to be way more upset about that one washcloth, baby. That one washcloth, and she said it so casually and went on with her life.
I want to know what all this house is.
I'm like, listen, honey, listen. Why are you not angry? I mean, I'm angry for you. Why are you not angry? One washcloth. What shall you do with one washcloth? First of all, Robert needs 3 washcloths by himself. And there was one washcloth, and you was that casual about it? How were you that casual?
Mm-hmm.
I'm still stuck there. I know everybody else is on to the dinner. I'm still stuck on the washcloth.
Maybe lay off the laxatives too with all the poop talk.
Y'all reckon this heifer the kind to jump in the tub and just rub the soap on and rinse it off?
Oh my god. I don't think she would be lazy enough to lay down to wash, but I don't think she has like the elegance of a bath.
Right. I was thinking the same thing. Definitely a shower person.
She a real quick whole shower person.
Yep.
A real quick, 2 minutes, scrub, no washcloth.
Y'all accusing this lady of taking whore baths.
You started this conversation.
Wipe it off.
Yeah. A standing turn is what I imagine.
Lord have mercy. Why did I just get this mental picture of her standing in front of a sink?
You see the way she held her leg up last season? Somebody told her to go F herself, and she knew how to put the leg up and everything. I don't know if you ever remember that. So I was like,
I remember that.
Or try not to.
Yeah, I was like, she got in that position real fast. Like, I'm like, do you do that often? Is that how you wipe and wash? Like, you know what I mean? I remember that vividly. So they is nasty. For them to be so into their looks is like the back end of being a woman is just not there. And it says a lot about their character and why neither one of them can keep a man.
Well, now listen. Now y'all gonna make me defend Robin. Robin is not that interested in her looks. Now you know that. Robin got on that screen with that all them bumps and that stiff weave and all them terrible outfits. The heifer went to bar 1 with ruffles on. You're not gonna accuse her of being worried about her looks. Now you just not gonna do that. Now that's mean.
What's the spots in her hair? What the one of them it looked like a cheetah spots in her hair on the reunion.
I remember that, but I'm talking about this season when she had that cheap pack weave sewed in her head, and you could see all the braids and bumps underneath that stiff weave. Now LEL talked about this, and I meant to mention it. About Rasputia telling people she wasn't wearing no drawers. That was so nasty. I gagged. I dry heaved. So y'all didn't hear Rasputia saying
I heard it.
When they was getting in car number 2 that she don't put no drawers on her tail.
Oh, she stank. She stank.
Tasha crazy.
And she's big. She just met them legs rubbing together, them thighs rubbing together as you walk.
Yes,
in the Miami Heat too.
Yeah, and she's not a thin woman.
And like I said, she's in the big girls club. I am too. However,
I am too.
You up here telling people you ain't wearing no drawers, and Charrisse just strikes me as the type of hooker that don't put no powder down there or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Why is you telling people you ain't wearing drawers, ma'am? And then, Seanitra, see, then say she sweat down there. Don't nobody want to hear about your sweaty monkey. Why are we? I literally dry heaved. Like, if I had eaten any food at all today, I would have thrown up in my mouth. I just hadn't eaten nothing all day. That's the only thing that saved me. That was nasty. Lord, Nacho Twins mama say Charrisse may spontaneously combust. Don't walk behind her. Okay. Y'all gonna have to go from calling her Shasha to Chic with them thighs rubbing together. Chic. Cheryl said, I heard both of them. Charrisse mentioning something to that effect too. I was grossed out. Yeah, Ashley said it. Right. Yeah, not no powder. Yeah, I don't believe she put no powder down there. Talking about she sweats. No, ma'am. Go buy some Lumi.
Right. Not Lumi.
Yeah, Lumi is that deodorant they say you can put on.
Oh no, you did not.
That's natural. That's natural deodorant.
Oh, that woman. No, she pops up in all my YouTube ads. Jesus.
That Lumi. Lord, LEL say no powder, no baking soda, just walking around rubbing, dropping skin and hair. Right. Everywhere she sits, a forensics team need to follow her. Just pick up. Y'all need to stop. Cheryl say that's when I got the visual of a stained, smelly dress. You know, all her clothes got to go to the toilet as soon as she takes them. You know they funky. Right. Talcum cornstarch or something, some Gold Bond, something. That's nasty. God's anointed daughter say, yeah, that was very distasteful, smelling like molded bread. And the fact that she went to talking about her sweaty monkey, got in that car with them ladies, all of them piped up in there with the windows up, talking about pooping and passing gas and messing. I'm like, y'all are gross. That they were literally at that moment the garbage pail kids. They were. Don D say Lumi is really good and it works. Talking about she ain't have on panties, they was depends. That helper say she was out there with the naked. She was out there, Don D. She say she let the monkey out the cage. Ain't nothing on it. Now that's what she said. Now if it's a lie, she told it.
What is supposed to happen next week?
Well, they say they didn't already released the stuff is on Instagram. As soon as I get off from here with y'all, I'm going to watch it.
Me too.
But I watch it was just a continuation, them, haggling Karen about why she didn't, step in, and then Karen did walk to Mia's truck and tell Mia, and Mia was upset because, oh, you're my friend, and Mia and Wendy was, Karen was like, two wrongs don't make a right. Like, you threw a drink, and she left. Ashley walked to Wendy because Wendy walked away and said she's absolutely leaving because Mia changed her tune real quick. She was going to leave, and then, of course, everyone who looked like her begged her to stay. But Wendy wasn't budging. Wendy's like, I need to go. I'm gone. I need to go to a hotel because I'm in that house with her now. So Wendy did pack up her stuff and she did leave that house. And those women sat there and talked about how Karen should have, gotten involved.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, I won't be too much better. I will be surprised because Karen's supposed to be there. She lands at 10. So I don't know. I'm confusion about how that's supposed to go because does Wendy text Candace? Does Candace show up at the house? That will be interesting because that part wasn't shown.
Well, what I'm interested to see is if Mia goes home, because Mia said she was going home no matter what. Robin and Giselle like, well, if you going home, we all going home. Who the hell is we all? Because look like ain't nobody siding with her but y'all two. Mm-hmm. So the question is, if she go home, who going home with her? That's number one. If she decides to stay, is Candace going to decide to stay? Is Wendy and them going to go get their own accommodations and all of them going to bunk out? What's going to happen?
Candace better choose wisely. That's all I know. And Karen, I don't know. I know she is the grand dame and staying neutral is the most positive direction, but sometimes you have to distance yourself from certain people.
Well, that's what they tried to tell her with Monique, and I didn't agree with that then, and I don't agree with it now. If my friend do something bad, I can tell my friend, hey, friend, you was wrong, but I'm not going to stop talking to my friend because they did something wrong. Mm-hmm. I can tell you that because I got a lot of friends who are terrible people, and I'm not going to throw them away. I still love their terrible butts. Shout out to y'all if you're listening. I'm not going to do it. But I will tell you about your behind if you're wrong. I don't have a problem saying, hey, friend, are you on designer crack tonight? What happened? You know what I'm saying? And your friend should be able to say that to you and you not hold a grudge and move on. But there's no way I'm going to stop being around my friend. And you got to remember, Karen and her were friendly off the show.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't stop talking to my friend for nobody on no TV show. Mm-hmm. I'm just tell my friend she wrong and we're going to go on about our lives.
And warn her about the influence that she's allowing herself to be under.
I think Karen has already warned her about them heifers, and I think Mia ain't listening. Like literally, you could almost tell when Mia first came on that show that Karen had coached her up. Mia is making her, with grown people, y'all know how it is. You got people you love, you tell them what it is.
But ultimately, they either listen or they don't, and sometimes it comes back to bite them. And what do we tell them? I tried to tell you, right? Haven't we all said that to somebody?
They wanted Mia because I remember last season when they went to Wendy's home. Giselle, they were like, "Oh, we want to meet with you without Karen." And Mia initially told them about themselves, like, "Don't tell me who not to bring," and all of that stuff. But it that's why I think the thing between her and Wendy is not colorism. I mean it falls under colorism naturally, but I just think that Mia. I'm sorry, I don't mean to shift the conversation, but I think Mia wanted Wendy to initially embrace herself. And Wendy, Wendy was like, "Oh, like what have you had done? Then I'll tell you guys what I had done." So Mia was like, "Yeah, girl, I got this, this, and this." And I think Mia got annoyed with the fact that Wendy wasn't confident. So I think that turned her off from being on a certain team.
But did you really think that Wendy wasn't confident, or did Wendy really feel like, "Girl, I don't even know you, and you're doing too much"?
I think Wendy wasn't confident in the moment.
But in that, because they had shown that clip, like I feel like people like Wendy said what she had done, and apparently she's like, "I did tell them I had a butt thing, and they cut it out." But anyway, she did tell them, and then Mia's like, "Well, you had some more else done," and then that's when Wendy said, "Well, you had a lot of things done." Like she was asking about it after Sherry told everyone, so it wasn't like out of nothing. She had a whole party for it. And regardless, I find it crazy that you're about women's empowerment, but now you're gonna be annoyed that maybe someone's still insecure about their body after they had their last child and had a mommy makeover. Like that.
I don't even feel. And that's the thing. I feel like that, oh, she's insecure. That was something that she wanted to shoot out there, because Mia very much, even though when she first started, I thought I was going to like her, but she very much came in with this attitude of, "I'm the ex-stripper, so all of y'all need to be insecure around me." And I think she saw Wendy and felt like, "Oh, definitely you should be insecure around me."
I don't know.
When that lady didn't give her that, I feel like Wendy felt a certain type of way. Even though Wendy was corny as hell last year with that rehearsal,
she was
with the TikTok. I was like, "Madam, no ma'am."
Yeah, that was corny. That was corny.
No ma'am.
Yes, it was.
It was so corny. It was very cringy. It was definitely a no ma'am moment. But Mia really came in hot for Wendy her first time on the camera. And I think a lot of that, number one was, "Oh, I'm the ex-stripper. Everybody should be insecure around me. You should be scared of your husbands looking at me because I'm the ex-stripper." Never mind the fact you look like you could have been at an alternative bar. But I digress. And I think the other
too much Botox.
And I think the other thing too was, she was looking for a moment. I'm gonna come in with a bang. I'm gonna come in tearing it up. And you pick somebody to do it with that was really gonna be dismissing you the whole season after that.
I don't know. I disagree slightly.
But this moment was going to happen because even last season, what was it? When the whole TikTok thing happened, people were like, Candace put the hand in Monique's face, and Mia did the same thing to Wendy when he said, "Please get your hand in my face. What you gonna do about it?" And then at Reasonably Shady Party, Mia touched Wendy when he said, "Please don't touch me." And then she touched her again and said, "What are you going to do about it?" Like, this has been brewing.
Yeah,
well, they are plotting to ice her out of the show.
Wendy. She's been after Wendy ever since her first episode. She's been fixated on that girl.
But I think Wendy did not have the confidence that she should have had from day one. And I think that's where it all started, because I've been bullied before, and certain people that are more dominant, they sniff out weakness, period. It doesn't matter if you're light skinned or not. That's just women. And I felt like when it comes to Wendy and Mia, I felt like Mia sensed a certain, insecurity, and I sensed it too, just as a viewer. I'm like, okay, like Wendy is not really giving like confidence right now. I just personally felt that.
I didn't see none of that. I felt like just because you had work done, that doesn't mean that you're gonna go around acting like a stripper. I think it's just, I got my body done. I like it. I'm happy with it. Let's throw the little nude party and have a good time with it, laugh and go on.
Yeah.
I don't
I think she was
it,
also doing what all of them do. Like Karen had work done, Mia had work done.
Yeah, and mind you, when Karen had work done, Karen didn't have to go around thrusting her tatas in people's face to prove she's confident.
Oh.
So why on earth would Wendy have to be doing all this extraness to prove confidence? Hell, she threw a whole party and told y'all about it. What else did you want? A ticker tape parade? She got it done. She told you. It ain't like she got it done and then pretended like, oh y'all, I just went to the
And
gym.
she didn't have to do that.
And she
Well,
didn't
maybe
have to
that's
do
her
that.
personality. She, and I appreciate that about Wendy. Like she's discreet, and maybe that's just I'm maturing, so maybe that's just a part of maturity. A certain like her being discreet, because I just took it as when they were at the table having dinner and they were talking. I just felt like she was a standoffish, but like you said, she didn't really know Mia, so that's also
true. And like, she was all up in her face, like she know her, questioning her, interrogating, like, girl, who the hell are you?
True.
And on the real, had it been me, I would have asked her, girl, and not what did you get done, when you gonna get your lips fixed? That'd have been my first question. And my second question would have been, you went and got all this work done and you still ain't have nobody come through with a belt sander and fix your face.
Yeah.
You know what?
I'm just saying.
Did you see her at BravoCon with that thing she did with Candace? They put it on the website. Is it me or does Mia cheek look way bigger?
Girl, she was trying to fill in some of them potholes. And it looks like she bought a little concrete and filled in a few of them, but it's still
You said that before.
It's still a struggle. It's still a struggle.
She did something extra to her face, and it is
a lot.
It is like last year was a lot for me personally, and this year I'm just like, girl, frightening. It has smoothed a bit of whatever is going on, but it's still frightening.
Mm-hmm. Do women usually have craters on their face like hers?
Huh?
I never seen a woman with the craters she has. I usually see men.
Oh,
I do.
Sandra.
I do. I thought they had their very first transgender. I said, well, they can say nothing.
I wasn't even thinking that until she said that when Candace said she had big feet and she called her transphobic. That's when I started looking at her sideways, like, well, maybe she's trying to tell us.
I first seen her,
I can only go by what you tell me. Like I joke and call Robert Dixon, but I've seen pictures of her pregnant, so I know you a girl. And I never questioned what Mia was until Mia said that the girl calling her feet big was transphobic. At that point, I have to ask questions.
I see what Candace saw. I saw what Candace saw.
Oh, Candace said the only thing Candace said she saw was that her feet was big.
Well, I didn't see the feet, but I'm looking at the whole everything.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe because of the Botox and stuff, it's too much, and it looks like it's fake.
Mm-hmm.
She looked when she did that little when her and Candace did that little dance session at the BravoCon. Mia's cheeks were like she looked like Jigsaw from Saw.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
No, you're absolutely right. It was real fresh and plastic looking.
Whoa.
Who was it that called her handsome Squidward? Because that was also accurate.
She looked like the thing on the bike from Saw with them cheeks. I said, Mia. I've been watching your channel too much, Seanitra. I've been watching your channel too much. That's what she looked like, though.
Mm-hmm. King Imperial Magnanimous says she admitted to getting work done on her kitty. She sure did say that now. She did say that.
She did.
Mm-hmm.
And Candace did call her handsome.
That's because Candace was listening to Gabor and stole material.
No, she did. That's a hot mess. Good morning.
She stole material. And you know, just like I called Mia out the other week. Like, stop stealing
Mhm.
material. Like, if you ain't gonna pay us for the jokes, then stop using them.
That's funny. He's hilarious for saying that.
Well, the heifer is handsome.
Yes,
So
when she called her handsome, I almost fell out.
that's old handsome Squidward. Yes, God. Yes, definitely. Because Robert is not giving us handsome. Robert is giving me Jake from State Farm. That's why I keep saying Jake from State Farm.
She gives me killer Sally.
Something. You're right. Yeah, Robin, they need a good polish. Potomac is slipping away from its original image, and I do think they need to trim the hedges. Seriously.
Essence, I agree with you because I think people are like, oh, well, we've seen drinks being thrown before and da da da. I'm like, that was 10, 12, 13. Like, it is evolving now because I think people obviously people are community. So a lot of people don't watch the other shows. Like on New Jersey, I think it was 2 seasons ago. Someone tossed a drink on someone, and in retaliation, the woman went. She had like an attached ponytail. That woman yanked that ponytail, almost like snapped that woman's neck. Everyone was like,
Marge and
yeah.
Marge.
Danielle
How quickly they
Staub,
got rid of her.
Danielle Staub did that.
Yeah. And so I like the times are changing, and the fact of the matter is there has been, other than like obviously there has been some issues, but like no one has thrown a drink on this show before, so of course it's going to be a big deal when it happens for the first time, especially when it wasn't called for.
And Mia threw salad in Candace's face, remember? So she always throws salad.
I love my Candace, but she tossed a little salad. I mean, Mia was walking away, she tossed a little salad, but you also can see that Candace like naturally did it, and you can see Mia standing there processing if she's gonna do it or not. And I think that's where I can tell she's like trying to look for moments, because this whole episode you see her trying to look for a moment. Like I cannot, like when Wendy and Charrisse were going back and forth, she coming out, Wendy, like she was looking for a moment this entire episode. And I think that's one of my issues with Mia, is that I can see her trying to process, will this be a moment for me?
Right. And she had too many outside guests. In my opinion, she had too many outside guests in on the plot, and they watch her fail in execution. And I feel like that was also another battery in her back. Peter, I think, because it was really, I think you said it, because I watch your show almost every week faithfully. And I think last week you were like, it's kind of odd that Peter would call, or someone on your channel said that, like, why would he call Mia out of nowhere? Like, that was just really like random, because for Peter to even be on the show was random, but he was in connection with Wendy. So for him to be on the phone with Mia was just random. Yeah. And then for them to go to bar one, to understand the plug. So in my opinion, Wendy was told by production or someone to, kindle a relationship with Peter just for the episode. So he knew what was going to happen. And then, of course, Jacqueline, the secretary, knew what was going to happen. Probably even Charrisse. True, all the extras at this point. And Mia failed at her first mission. And it must have been really embarrassing.
That's exactly what I think, sis. That's what I'm saying. She tried it. And when Wendy didn't take the bait, she lost her nut. Like, dang it, I flunked my first exam.
Yeah. That's why they were trying to. Oh.
A hot mess.
Like, I don't know, y'all. I'm looking through Twitter. These people are eating these girls up.
I'm scrolling too.
I don't have a Twitter, so y'all tell me what's going on.
I'm under hashtag RHOP. And let me refresh my feed so I can tell y'all what the crowd is saying, right? This one says, the nerve of Mia to throw a drink in Wendy's face over a comment that wasn't even made about her husband, but straight up lie on Candace's husband. Make it make sense. Hashtag Team Wendy. This one says, at Robin at Giselle, don't give two craps about right or wrong. They're more about the enemy of my enemy is my friend, period.
Wow.
This person posts a picture of Robin trying to attack Ashley and says, Robin to Wendy, you're so darn antagonistic. Also, Robin leans back in chair and laughs, pulls out phone to record. Wendy won't shut up even though the fight has nothing to do with her. This person says, Karen will forever be a grand dame because she sees wrong and right and acts accordingly. Okay. This person says, it's terrible how those green-eyed demons are treating Wendy. Girl, ignore these chicks. They aren't worth it, period. Wow. Hashtag head up and look down at those chicken heads.
Period.
This person says, I'm so disappointed that no one checked on Wendy to see if she was okay. That crater face B was out of line. This person says, I'm so confused when y'all say y'all dislike Wendy. When Wendy does nothing to be disliked, that woman stays beautiful, busy, and paid. Oh, child. Listen, I don't see nobody in support of them. This one says, I'm not liking Robin this season. It's given I need to keep my check, so let me show out some more. Same thing Candy did. Oh. This one says Andy better keep the same energy that he had for Monique at Mia.
Okay.
Oh, Auntie Seanitra, did you have you seen the Mia post and people are tearing her up in her comments?
Oh no, Mia posted on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go to her page. You listen, you know I'm finna go look.
Because I don't have Twitter, so please, I need this.
I just got it. Just got it, girl. I've been lost in the sauce.
Y'all know I'm dumb. I will go look. Where's she at? All right, here she go. Let's see what handsome Squidward gotta say. Is this the one from 10 hours ago?
Ooh, let me see.
With her picture?
No, is that like the Michelle Obama quote, which also people were tearing her up for?
Okay, that's the one. Let me get up under this one. That one don't have no picture.
And there's another one that doesn't have a picture where I think she's like talking about being a boss woman and her bank accounts and that kind of stuff. And everyone's reading her about how she's not a boss. Then
this one here is the one that wanted to thank Michelle Obama for the words of wisdom this good Sunday. Right? This person, first comment. How dare you bring her into this mess after your actions on the show that aired? She would change her mind after this mess. Next one says, you better apologize to Wendy. You were so wrong. This one says, I doubt she likes you, She-Hulk. Ooh, this one says, interesting. You have no tweets about tonight's episode.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. Okay, this is a good one, but the one I was telling you to read, that hoe done went and deleted it because people were eating her up.
That's why I had it. See there?
Yes, I was like, I know the picture one, but that wasn't the one on top of my mind because that one came up earlier today, obviously 10 hours ago. No, it was like
I'm telling you, I didn't even go in the picture one. I just went in the one where she thanked Michelle Obama.
Yeah. But there was one that literally was like an hour and a half ago where she was talking about, I'm going to go back to being a boss CEO, my bank accounts all in caps letters. Don't F with me. I'll get back up again. And people,
she had to delete it because they chewed her alive. She needed to check this one and delete it. Baby, this one says, you don't even know when to be embarrassed.
That's it?
This one says, so quiet after assaulting someone. This one says, and yet here you are, the ghetto one, throwing drinks and phones and breaking nails. Someone else simply said, you are trash.
Period.
Ooh, this one says, your behavior on tonight's episode is a disgrace to all women.
Wow.
Oh, this one here says, replying to her and said in the same breath, she also said she didn't like to see black women fighting on television and you threw a drink on somebody. Oh, and someone else simply said you're a clown. Yeah, it ain't a whole lot of oh my God. This one says Michelle is no fan of your thug A. And tag Wendy and say, please file assault charges against this thug. She has the nerve to call you ghetto. Stay classy, Wendy. I wouldn't have been able to do it.
And if Andy don't act right, if he don't address any of these tweets,
I think she got rid of the old one because people were eating her up. But also, I didn't know that because remember she like came out. We were talking about it before. She came out telling people to pray for her and like they're broke and The brother-in-law took everything. I didn't know. Apparently, she had deleted it. So people who had screenshots of it were in
wearing that post, reposting it as well.
Well,
Ooh.
girl, this one here got a picture of Smokey from Friday when he was telling Felicia to get up out of there, and they said you lowered the value and bar of the show, like what Whitney was saying about you and your husband was true, which is why you got so mad. You a boss, but in one short swoop, now you got to start from scratch. Whack noodle. I don't know what whack noodle mean, but okay. Oh, child, she need to. I think at this point she just need to delete all her stuff because she might have deleted that one tweet, but they up under here. This is too much. Oh my God, this one got a picture of Peter Griffin when he was being a hooker on Family Guy, and says, "Child, you got some nerve for referencing Miss Obama and alluding to the holiness of Sunday. The insecure, aging, and petulant sex worker reared her head tonight." Blood of Jesus. I'm not reading no more of them.
Since you got a pass.
I can't take no more. Not Peter Griffin as a hooker. I can't take it.
Deserve everything. Because that's what happens.
Hey, Paige. Paige says she took that last tweet down. She was getting roasted. Oh my God. Now y'all
and she's
look.
getting roasted on the old one. Jesus.
They went on the one from 10 hours ago, roasted her alive. The one from let me see if they roasted her on the one that's from 11 hours ago. Yep. They going under all her stuff and roasting her. They roasting her on everything.
And she better not cry cyberbullying either.
I mean, she could cry, but I mean, I don't think it'll help her.
Being cyberbullied, like no, you're not being cyberbullied. It's called being held accountable.
Well, I think just about that. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say I think Giselle and Robin saw this coming, and that's why they were trying to pull her back to the table to do damage control. But Wendy was smart enough to leave so that she wouldn't let them sit there and let her play victim. So
I feel like this. I still feel in my heart they ran out there after her because they was the ones who put her up to this, and now it backfired. Yep. Like, oh girl, we so sorry. We told you to do this, and Wendy ate you alive.
You know what, though, Miss Seanitra? I don't think they'll do that because this show is so disgustingly planned out that I really think they watch everything they say to each other. That's how like deep into it. Like, for example, Ashley, she's the best example of this. I think Ashley watches every single thing that comes out of her mouth because she doesn't trust any of them.
But I still feel like that's why they went out there. I don't feel like they were going to say it in front of a camera, obviously, but I truly believe that they put her up to it.
I don't think they'll say it to her
because at this point, I think we can all see that they're having a lot of ex parte communications that are not in front of that camera.
And to be honest, I think Giselle is pulling both of us.
She's definitely the Svengali. She's definitely the Svengali.
Yeah, she behind Mia. I feel like, and she be pulling a string for Robin too.
That's why I said she's definitely. That's why I said she is the Svengali. But I totally in my heart of hearts believe they were obligated to run out that door. Behind her because they were the ones who waved the stake under her nose and said, "Sick 'em, girl." That's what happened. I believe that, and we know that it's some bull crap in the mix because look at that crap Ashley pulled. Well, I had to say something because Candace said she didn't believe Giselle because Giselle plots on people, so I wanted to say it in front of Giselle. Why would you need to say that in front of Giselle? Why would Giselle know unless you called her on the phone after hours and told her what was said? They doing a lot of playing on the phone.
How much are they making? I want to know.
Not enough for this
not
foolishness.
Much.
And furthermore, I think also they were running out there to see what she was saying to G because they know Mia's a dodo bird and they scared that she's gonna accidentally say something that's gonna tell on them too.
Yep, that's the part right there.
She's going to end up, if they did what I think they did, and I think it's clear at this point, Mia might end up, if the pressure gets too hot and people picking on her too bad, she might just end up telling on them. You know she's a snitch.
Yeah.
Ashley too, in my opinion.
Oh, Ashley ain't gonna tell on nobody. Ashley been playing the game with them for a long time. As long as they let Ashley back out quietly and don't bother her for abandoning ship, Ashley will keep all their secrets.
You think so?
Remember, yes, because if you recall when they was plotting to lie on Monique, as much as people like to say, "Oh, Ashley wrote the letter for Monique," Ashley didn't go and tell what the hell went on. Ashley hold all them secrets. She don't mind holding the secret, long as you leave her alone. But Mia, the dodo bird, is going to end up snitching on them, I believe, if people keep applying pressure like this.
Mm-hmm.
Because as you can see, she wasn't smart enough not to tweet. You see, Robin and Giselle ain't tweeted a goddamn thing.
Do you think this is going to be like a Portia Phaedra Candy situation where like it's starting to get like too much and then the real truth come out and it's like, oh, shoot?
Yes. I believe it's highly possible. I'm not going to say I think for 100% it's going to go down, but I think it's highly possible because Mia is emotional. She is impulsive. And unless they're right there with her 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to kind of calm her down and woo her, she eventually might blow up, jump on the internet and say something irresponsible and tell on both of them.
Yeah,
or at least
because like let's not forget, Mia had to delete her entire Instagram and start a new one because she was going off, calling Candace transphobic, yet she was posting up side by sides of a scholar with Rick James and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, going after a scholar because she was fixated on that dark girl.
Yeah, and she had to delete her entire Instagram and start a new one. So yeah. I can believe what Miss Seanitra is saying about like she could not be trusted if she's not watching 24/7 to not say something incriminating for them.
Out of pocket that's incriminating, right? Or at least trying to allude to it to get the pressure off. Like she's very impulsive, but that's what happens with, those sorts of people.
Mm-hmm.
What did our sister tell us she was? A gutter rat?
This is fire worthy because you
That's
got
what you said.
They treating Wendy's job. That's too far. Never mind the Chris stuff.
Yeah, all of it. This whole season has been a mess.
Yep, and Giselle and Robin and Mia are at the head of all three situations. It's not gonna end well. Somebody gotta go.
It's gotta be Giselle.
Unless they put it on pause like they did Beverly Hills.
I don't know.
It's out of control.
They ain't gonna do it.
Child, somebody is up underneath that tweet with that real masculine picture talking about something, not with the Michelle Obama quote when you the love and hip hop behavior, when you have the love and hip hop behavior. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. And that's where she belongs, let's be honest.
Ooh. Now I don't know if she'll make it on love and hip hop. Could you see her running up on Suki?
No.
Yeah,
No, me right now, no, it's gonna be on Miami. I was not thinking Miami. I was thinking another city.
Yeah, I couldn't see her running up on none of them.
Atlanta either.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't advise. Now maybe she could get in a fight with Akbar V because Akbar got a big mouth, but we know Akbar fight in slow motion, so that might work.
Even since she got the weight off,
I don't believe she could fight. Listen, whether you got weight or not, you can either fight or you can't. You're not gonna lose weight and all of a sudden you got hands. You either got hands or you don't.
Right.
she talked a lot.
And most people that talk a lot, most people that talk a lot, their hands are not up to date. Because we all saw that fight and we saw how that girl literally beat her titties out her bra. So no, I'm not. Valerie got a lot of mouth. And that's about it. Because the girl that beat her didn't even look like she could fight. I'm just saying. Elevate say, I think once Ashley's divorce is final, she gonna switch up and jump ship from Gizmo control. I think Rob low-key feels a bit threatened by Ashley being so close to Gizmo. You think she really gonna get divorced?
I know.
I don't know now.
Why wouldn't
I'm frustrated.
Huh?
Isn't she dating that guy from?
Why wouldn't she get
Because
Oh,
I don't think the divorce thing is real. I think it's a storyline. I'm not buying it. Now, to me, she gonna have to go all the way through with it for me to believe it. If she pulls some we getting back together stuff, I'm going to feel vindicated. I'm gonna just tell you that.
She know that man was cheating. I mean,
That's what
He
I'm
ain't
know
saying.
cheating.
cheating.
They got an open marriage. Them people was screwing who they wanted to screw. And we started getting in their business, and now they got to make up stories. Mika, I think the Johns Hopkins it has no involvement statement. I think that was a way. I think that was something they had planned out to be like, okay, look, we not associating y'all with this. We sorry or whatever. Or it was to try to make Wendy look a certain type of way.
Wait, can you explain that? What happened?
Because they put a caption up at the end of the episode, was like, John Hopkins University has no involvement with RHOP. Like,
Oh
in
my
other words,
gosh.
we're going to protect y'all from that. But I feel like they were being extra. And I feel like Bravo was being extra with that because they low key have an issue with the fact that she works at the John Hopkins, as she says. They have an issue with that. You know, they have an issue when you're Black and you're competent.
Wow. No, this is going too far.
My thing was, where's the disclaimer about Bravo not condoning violence? Like, they never showed that.
Oh no, they're not going to do that. That what they were going to do is put a caption up to take a dig at the Black girl. That's why I'm telling you, they're not going to bother Giselle. Giselle is doing their dirty work. That's what they want to happen. They like it. They like it.
Wow.
And they're showing y'all that they like it.
What do you call a Black person like that? I know there's a name for it. Like, it's like an Uncle Tom.
Tom, raccoon, mammy.
Wow. She should be ashamed of herself.
Step and fetch it.
No, not. I didn't see. I didn't notice the disclaimer. That's too much. You mentioned her job. Bravo.
They literally mentioned her job in a caption at the end of the episode, rather than to say we don't condone violence.
Why?
Because this was a dig at her. She's not going to lose her job. She's not going to lose her tenure or anything else at that university. But that was them taking a dig. That was them trying to make people talk about her job. Like, oh, okay, you so proud of your job. Now let's get people talking. Because, you know, most people don't read. They would have seen John Hopkins and jumped up like, oh, she's going to be in trouble with her job. And that's what they want.
And that's what people are doing.
At all costs, they want to dirty up this Black woman.
But she's a victim.
They don't care. You're a Black woman.
They could just say like her association is bad for the brand or something like that. But
this is the thing. If they didn't have a problem with her being on the show, they don't have a problem with women having words on the show. I'm glad that she was not the person being violent on the show.
Right.
So I think she's perfectly okay. But I want us to normalize not being shocked when people treat us the way they treat us. That is a Black woman. Never you all forget that. You are still Black women. Don't ever get it in your mind that these people are going to treat you fair. They're not. If you have any thoughts or delusions that they're going to, please allow me to disabuse you of that notion.
Wow.
It's not going to happen. What they're doing to her is actually par for the course. I don't expect anything better from them. And I'm shocked that you would.
Do you feel like I know that, well, you have a high intellect and you are able to see it, but do you think for the general public that is concealed enough? You know, because I believe you and I trust what you're saying. It makes sense. But do you think that it'll go over the public's head?
A lot of times it does. Why do you think these people feel so comfortable to play in our face like this? Because we've let them get away with so much of the nonsense and said nothing. And I think that slowly but surely things are being more discussed and talked about because the internet gives a platform for people like myself who have been preaching that good Black gospel for a long time. But before the internet, how often were these conversations even had?
It's true.
A lot of these things go over people's heads, but now with the advent of social media and these platforms like this one, and you know, those of us who are conscious having a space to talk and to like influence and maybe draw people's attention to things that have been overlooked in the past. Now these things are becoming real conversations.
Mm-hmm.
That's why knowledge of self is your best weapon. But when you got a bunch of people, which a lot of our folks don't have knowledge of self, you're literally defenseless. Literally. And that's what these people are counting on, and they're counting on it because for so long they've been able to do it. So in a sense, they've been resting on that because they've never been called out on it. And now that they're being called out, I want to see what their next move is. I'm interested.
Are they being called out though? I don't think that they are.
Twitter for sure.
Baby, Twitter is roasting them. Instagram is roasting them. Bravo is being called out. They're being called on the carpet. People are literally tagging Andy, all that. So it's like you being called out. Like the village has spoken. Now the question is, what you gonna do?
And he has to do something because for the Beverly Hills reunion, people were calling him out so much about how like he glazed over issues with Garcelle that he, had to call her and apologize and had to make a public apology on his radio station, had to make an apology on Twitter. So I think it's a little too close to what we just watched. If you watch Beverly Hills, for him to not address what he's being tagged about now. Because like he literally had to come out on his radio show and like, I apologize. I watched it back. Oh my God, I can complete. Like he had to do a whole apology tour over that reunion.
And see, he got called out after the Monique reunion, right? Because production kept showing every time he lied. He tried to play it off. Last season, he knew colorism was an issue because people started to make noise. People were really just starting to make noise. Some of us had been saying it, but it wasn't widespread. So it was starting to get traction last year during last season. Hey, Queen. How are you, sis? I'm so glad to see you. All right. My beautiful sister Queen is here. But he was able to distract from that by bringing on Nicki Minaj, who asked no questions of any substance. Like I was excited when she was going to be there because I'm like, well, maybe she going to ask the questions the rest of us want to know. But really her being there was just a distraction from the bigger issue, which was y'all attacked and crucified this black girl for saying your mama.
Right.
And so now here we are this season. Andy, you have nowhere to hide. You can't bring Nikki back. She ain't even popular no more. People are at her throat.
And the hot seat.
Yeah, she's right. And some of that isn't justified, but I'm gonna leave that alone. A lot of it is, but some of it isn't. I mean, people have gotten so maniacal, like I said, when you're a black woman, you tread carefully, or if you don't, be prepared for whatever happens, because things have gotten so out of line with that lady. When Takeoff died, they were trying to find a way to blame her for that. Like literally, they'll blame that girl for anything. They'll run out of toilet paper in their house and swear Nika stole it. So you know what I mean? You can't bring her out right now because her name, the block is hot. So what can you do, Andy, to distract or deflect? There's nothing you can do. Now you got to make a move. Now you got to barbecue a mildew. What you gonna do?
Yep. Because they did come for him in regards to Garcelle and them throwing her book in the trash and him not saying anything. And that was just regular racism. Well, not racism. I wouldn't go as far as to say racism, but it was definitely something.
At a twinge or something.
Yeah, it was something. So they
I wasn't watching it, but y'all say when they did it, something about it didn't feel right, huh?
Oh, Andy had to issue an apology, and I don't remember whose channel I was watching, but it was a channel that had a discussion forum like this, and somebody was saying how they personally wrote him a letter saying how disheartening it was.
Oh yeah.
How disheartening it was for him to ignore Garcelle's pain in his face, to not address what she was going through, knowing that she was being bullied and disincluded. So he just got dragged, literally. I'm gonna say maybe 2 months ago. So I don't know if you guys know, but can you explain to me the timeline of the reunion and filming? Like, did they not do the reunion yet?
Not yet.
No,
they haven't filmed it yet.
So how does it work?
They usually let us know when they're filming it, but they usually film the reunion before we stop watching the season.
Yeah, I think it's like usually it's like about like 4, maybe 5 episodes left when they film the reunion
When they
because
start filming it,
yeah, because they send out like literally the last few episodes to the girls and they watch it like in conjunction. Because usually the women are watching at the same time we're watching it live, and then I do believe it's like almost maybe a month, maybe month and a half at most that they start the reunion again because they want to send out the episodes for the women to have to talk about on the reunion.
Oh, yeah. So this should be good.
Oh, this should be absolutely stupendous.
I feel like every episode like validates Candace's tweet when she's like, "I'm ready for the reunion." Like every episode, I'm just like, "Can we get to the reunion?"
Hell, I keep saying I'm ready for the reunion.
Yeah, you do too. Yeah,
I've been ready for the reunion for the last 2 episodes now, and I shudder to think what else we're going to see this season, because this season has been very telling. I'll say that, and then this is what I want to know from y'all before we end, because we've been in here almost 4 hours. Well, literally 3 hours, 58 minutes, and 4 seconds. However, since Robin learned a word, antagonizing, what word would y'all like Robin to learn for next week? I propose disinfectant.
You know.
I say scallywag.
Scallywag, yes, that's a good one. That's a real good one. What is called?
Tacky.
Well, yeah. Well, we want her to give her one that's got more than 5 letters, because she learned antagonizing and baby, she wore it out. I think she said it 5 or 6 times.
Distasteful.
Oh, distasteful. Yep, that's a good one. Oh, Nacho Twins mama say hypocrisy. Yep, she needs to learn that. That's another good one.
Mouthwash.
Ooh, cold-blooded. Have mercy. One of my sisters just texted me and said bath. Don D said washcloth. Lord, Maestro said 3 words, take a bath. Y'all, and on that note, I'm getting out of here. Y'all crazy. Y'all are crazy, and I love every bit of it. But God darn it, 4 hours is my limit. Now, we getting up out of here. Now. Y'all get ready for work or school tomorrow. If your kids are out of school for the week, ooh, Evelyn says she needs to learn double entendre.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe she got to learn how to spell it first. Now, we know. We got to know. She got to learn how to spell it. Mika say protagonist, which is what Mia was, but disinfectant is hilarious. Not the shower. Queen says she needs to learn lugubrious. I love it. We're gonna teach her some words. Lel said cleanliness. Y'all are cold. Y'all are cold. I need to make this a question on Twitter, honey. I want to know what other words people gonna come up with that Robin needs to learn. But we're getting out of here. Listen, y'all, I appreciate everybody who hung out with us all 4 hours. If you came in late, thank you. But please still hit that like button. If you're just showing up now, thank you. Hit the like button. If you're watching on replay, thank you. And hit the like button. And Lord, LEL for the win. This is the word. Juan Dixon doesn't want to marry you. So that's the word. There you go.
Good night.
Nice one. Thank you for sharing your time.
Y'all have a wonderful time. Thank you, Kai. Thank you, Mon Ami. Thank you, Essence. Thank you, Tandra. Thank you, Stylish Lux. Thank you. Who else was up here? Laureen. Thank you to everybody. Absolutely, everybody. I appreciate you guys. Y'all get some rest. Hit the like button. Hit the notification bell so you'll know every time we go live on this good porch. Also, please hit the subscribe button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. If you think you have, double check, because sometimes YouTube will take it back, and the same goes for your like. Share this video if you get an opportunity. I appreciate you guys. Y'all have a great night. Say your prayers, sweet dreams. And remember, if no one else tells you, remember I told you, honey. God loves you, I love you, and ain't nothing you can do about it. And we will talk again tomorrow. Y'all have a wonderful evening. Bye now.